LoveLore Library. Chapter 154. Chapter 154, Elementary Awakened Mode. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. His mood was about to fall into the depths of the valley. The enormous unknown object before him suddenly began to move, causing Qin Feng to jump in fright. Its body was enormous, it was incomparably hideous, and its gaze was fierce. It swam quickly towards Qin Feng with bared teeth and brandished claws. When this thing moved, the qi flow of the ocean changed. The areas that he swam by caused a swarm of waves to curl up. The surging waves were imposing and boundless. Qin Feng froze breathless. Since he was underwater, he really couldn't breathe. He wasn't so shocked that he forgot to escape, he was impossibly stunned. As the distance between him and the large creature continued to lessen, Qin Feng was able to clearly see what it looked like. It was a massive sea turtle as large as a yacht. And on the back of the sea turtle was a snake as thick as a person that was currently sticking out its scarlet tongue wantonly. If a normal person were to encounter such a monster in the ocean, they would definitely faint on the spot. However, Qin Feng was currently moved beyond expression. Wasn't this the black turtle that he had just released at the foot of Coiled Snake Mountain? It had only been a couple of days and this brat had grown this much. Qin Feng couldn't help but pray for the small fish and shrimp that were eaten. Master, Black Turtle has already gone from being an elementary cute pet to an elementary awakened pet. Little Pig's voice rang out. At this time, Qin Feng came to his senses and was about to call Black Turtle, but he realized that he was underwater. Once he opened his mouth, he took a large gulp of ocean water. Goo goo goo. Black Turtle arrived beside Qin Feng. The sea turtle's forelegs flapped happily, forming mini whirlpools all around. Meanwhile, the many-banded kite moved his body that was as thick as a human and quickly wrapped around Qin Feng to bring him onto the sea turtle's back. It stuck out its scarlet tongue and began to crazily lick Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng felt a disgusting fishy stench drift over. If it weren't for the fact that he was underwater and couldn't open his mouth, Qin Feng didn't know how many times he would have thrown up. Goo goo goo, Qin Feng was annoyed. He glared at the many-banded kite. He opened his mouth only to make a gurgling noise. Even he didn't understand what he was saying. The many-banded kite happily nodded. He rushed towards the surface of the ocean. The sea turtle's reaction was a bit slower, it only understood and slowly paddled its enormous legs when it felt the many-banded kite tugging it out of the water. Though Black Turtle's movements were slow, with each paddle of its 4 large legs, enormous jolts would pass through the water. That powerful qi flow formed larger and larger whirlpools that turned more and more quickly. Many of the little fish and shrimp were caught in the whirlpool, and even some enormous fish were unable to escape from it. Qin Feng was stunned by this scene. He was sitting on the sea turtle's back and weighed the increasingly turbulent whirlpool around him. He sat in the middle of it where it was calm and peaceful. In this central area, the ocean water began to disappear and Qin Feng was able to open his mouth and breathe again. Though he was at the bottom of the ocean, he felt like he was ashore. This strange feeling was like he found himself at a marine park. Everything was mystical and the fish around him were of various shapes and sizes. He felt that Black Turtle was like the king of the ocean that could run about free and unhindered. Ka-cha! A crisp noise shattered Qin Feng's state of mind. He was just at the bottom of the ocean thinking about the style of a king when he felt an unblockable domineering feeling. He looked over angrily to see that the many-banded kite stuck its head into the whirlpool. It opened its large bloody mouth to swallow the surrounding delicacies. It seemed that these two made such a fuss not because they wanted to help Qin Feng act pretentious, but because they were hungry and wanted to eat something. Qin Feng's face darkened as he lifted his head to look. His expression changed drastically and his eyes opened impossibly widely. He looked at the bright and beautiful sunlight, the blue sky, and the white clouds. He felt as though he were in a different world. He remembered that he was still underwater, but why did it seem as though he were on shore looking up at the sky? He quickly looked around him and froze with shock. All around him was an enormous whirlpool that seemed to have a separate layer that isolated over 10 meters of space around him. The waves around them were 5 of 6 meters tall. Qian Feng sat in the middle of the wave and felt as though he were in the middle of a fountain. Black Turtle, hurry and go that way. Qian Feng's gaze shifted and saw the boat of the two men in straw hats. They were at the edge of this whirlpool and swayed and teetered as if it could flip at any time. The two wearing straw hats had their eyes glued to Black Turtle with a complicated expression filled with a mixture of shock and bafflement. Without waiting for them to regain their senses, Sea Turtle had already angrily lifted its head to shout. Roar! At this time, Sea Turtle no longer had that sleepy look. It stuck out its head. When it opened its mouth, it was even more dramatic than the many-banded krite's large bloody mouth. It lifted its head with an unordinary loftiness and gave an earth-shattering roar that brought vicious waves. In this instant, the sea turtle was the true ruler of the ocean. The powerful creatures all around the ocean withdrew in the face of its superior strength. The sea turtle and the many-banded krite joined to form Black Turtle, which had both attack and defense abilities. They formed an aquatic super creature that has outstanding potential. At this time, the originally hidden skill, Tsunami Roar, was released brilliantly by the sea turtle. He was truly able to not get angry, but once he got angry, waves rocketed into the sky. Under the attack of the surge of new waves, the boat of the two in straw hats was like a broken leaf in the vicious wind. It was sucked into the center of the tsunami. The boat headed straight towards the sea turtle. The many-banded krite opened its large mouth and bit at the two in straw hats. These two came back to their senses, but their expressions clearly showed that they were not able to accept this reality. They were stage 6 inner experts. There may have been only a couple of people in the entire Yun province that could be their opponents. The Yin-Yang elders were notorious in the martial community. They were sinister and ruthless, and who knew how many experts died at their hands. Even if they met an even stronger opponent, and even considering their many years of experience in combat and their close partnership, they were never at such a loss as they were currently. When the two saw the many-banded krite, which was as thick as a human body, open his large bloody mouth, they didn't know how to fight back. Whoosh whoosh. When they saw that the many-banded krite wanted to swallow the two in one gulp, they decidedly dived the boat to escape and jumped into the depths of the ocean. In an instant, the many-banded krite suddenly opened its mouth and spat a circle of black bubbling liquid where the two fell. This was the many-banded krite's battle skill, Venom Bubble. The bubble had a powerful corrosive ability and was extremely poisonous. If even a little fell on one's skin, that piece of skin would instantly dissolve. Monster, where the hell did his monster come from? The two in straw hats no longer had the steady expressions from before, they expressed terror and shock in succession. Whoosh! 2 drops of venom fell on the face of one of the men wearing a straw hat. A piece of his skin instantly corroded, eerily revealing the white bone beneath it. Whoosh! Another couple drops of venom fell onto the other person's neck. His neck began to corrode, and 2 black pustules formed. It was so painful that the 2 people cried continuously and pitifully. Hurry and release the poisonous rainbow moths. When they saw that more omnipresent venom was about to surround them, one of them screamed. He suddenly opened his black traditional Chinese robe. A couple hundred moths as large as palms flew out. They were completely black and had brightly colored rainbow dots all over their bodies. Once they flew out, the men in the straw hats made a unique whistling sound. The moths seemed to understand the whistling. They joined together to form an oppressive black wall of moths that blocked the backs of the 2 men. Splatter. Chapter 155. Chapter 155, Qin Feng, You Wish. Qin Feng looked to his right. Not too far away was a small island with a dense forest. It was called Devil Beast Mountain, and Qin Feng made up the name. Whenever night came about, frightening wild beast sounds came from the forest on the island, so no one dared to play on it. Qin Feng squinted to look at Devil Beast Mountain, and a desire to see it welled in his heart. However, when he saw the water patrol coming towards him, he temporarily rid himself of this desire. He decided to find some time to see it later. A ship stopped beside Qin Feng. 3 men wearing security guard outfits looked at the Qin Feng who lost his 3 souls and 6 senses and asked, "Little brother, are you okay? Little brother, wake up. Are you alright?" The security guard in charge came up and shoved Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body trembled and he came back to his senses. He looked at the 3 people before him in terror. His teeth chattered as he said, "I'm not dead. I encountered a tsunami. Little brother, you're all right. You're safe now." The security guard looked at Qin Feng with a gentle expression and lightly patted his back. He took Qin Feng in his embrace. "You're still alive. Don't be afraid, we're here so nothing will happen. Don't." The security guard thought Qin Feng was traumatized by the tsunami, so he wanted to take care of him and comfort him. However, Qin Feng pushed him away. "Hey, can you not hug me? I'm a man, and one with a normal sexual orientation. I have no interest in you." Qin Feng looked at the group leader of the security guards without a shred of fear on his face. He waved his hand and commanded, "Let's go, we can go back now." The security guards were stunned for a good while before they regained their wits. They got people to get Qin Feng on one of the boats to take him back, while the remaining boats continued to search the area for the whereabouts of the 2 in the straw hats. When they were monitoring them from the shore with binoculars, they noticed that there were 3 people on Qin Feng's boat. They had not seen Black Turtle though, because he was blocked by the waves of the tsunami. Once Qin Feng returned onto the beach, a large swarm of fans surrounded him. After they saw his elegant dancing with Bai Qing and his cool moves midair, they waited for Qin Feng to come ashore. Later, there was also a tsunami and Qin Feng disappeared for a while. Now, he came back safe and sound, so his place in the hearts of these spectators rose even more. He was a man that experienced a tsunami. He was a superhuman that casually walked out of the tsunami. No, he was a god. Qin Feng was uninterested in the ardent fans chasing after him. He searched the beach for Bai Qing before finding out from her classmates that she had come ashore long ago. They didn't know where she was now. Qin Feng was sure that Bai Qing returned to the presidential suite. After ridding himself of the troublesome fans, he hurried back to the hotel. He took the elevator especially for getting to the room on the top floor. When he entered the room, he saw Bai Qing sitting on the balcony under the parasol and looking at the scenery outside. She had a distant expression and had not even realized he had come in. "Qing, since you've returned, why didn't you call anyone to save me? That's not nice." Qin Feng casually sat across from Bai Qing. Bai Qing regained her senses. Her gaze was as cold as an icehouse. She gave Qin Feng a slight glare before turning back to look at the scenery. "Why would I send someone to save you? When you realized that I had been taken by those 2 weird men, you ran away halfway through chasing them. You willingly left me to those 2 weird men and you didn't care for me at all. You were able to leave me so emotionlessly." "Qin Feng, you're right, we're just friends with benefits." "I'm just a friend with benefits. Why would I get someone to save you?" Qin Feng didn't know what kind of shock Bai Qing suffered, but after he joked that they were friends with benefits, she changed completely and became colder than a mountain of ice. Qin Feng felt extremely wronged because he had merely said they were friends with benefits. But in reality, nothing happened between them. Qin Feng was really mad. He looked at Bai Qing severely and said with dissatisfaction, "Bai Qing, how could you be like this? You can't be like this, okay?" The more Qin Feng spoke, the more excitable he became. He stood angrily and yelled fiercely, "Would you dare do it with me on the living room sofa right now? After doing it, if you're still angry about me saying we were friends with benefits, then I'll accept this anger." Bai Qing raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Feng's face. Her gaze was as cold as frost as she continued to look at Qin Feng quietly. After a long wait, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, you wish." When he realized that Bai Qing saw through his psychological ploy, he screwed his head awkwardly. "I'm going to take a shower." Qin Feng went for a bath in the spa while Bai Qing continued to sit on the balcony and stared off towards the ocean. Who knew what she was thinking about? Then, her cell phone began to ring. The phone rang for a while before Bai Qing came to her senses. She grabbed her phone to see that Fang Jiming was calling her. "Is something the matter?" Bai Qing still answered the phone and asked calmly. "Bai Qing, where are you now?" "I don't see you on the beach," Fang Jiming asked with a gentle voice. He already went back, took a shower, and changed into a clean and handsome white shirt. At this time, he sat in the coffee shop enjoying the afternoon tea time. "Oh, I didn't feel so good, so I came back first." "Does your body not feel good?" Fang Jiming put on an expression of concern and asked eagerly, "Where do you not feel good? You didn't see a cold because of the wind, did you? How about this? I'm drinking coffee at the coffee shop on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Come drink a cup of hot ginger tea to warm your body. That should help a bit." When Bai Qing heard Fang Jiming's magnetic and concern-filled voice, she was slightly moved. She thought of Qin Feng and unconsciously compared the two. The emotions within her became increasingly intense. After a length of silence, she said quietly, "Wait for me, I'll head down in a bit." Bai Qing hung up. She glanced at the spa room before returning to her own room and changing into a fresh long gauze dress. Then, she left the presidential suite. Zhu Denyo was stuck in traffic the whole way over, so she had just arrived at the mountain resort. She paid the ride fare and furiously walked out while holding her bag. Even though she saw the endless blue skies and beautiful beach, nothing could improve her depressed mood. She looked around and saw Qin Feng's 28 bicycle. She was stunned for a good while before quickly calming herself down. She immediately pulled out her cell phone and called Qin Feng. "Who is it?" Qin Feng asked irritably. "Young Master Qin, I'm Zhu Denyo." "Where are you?" "I'll come find you," Zhu Denyo said with a sickly sweet voice. "I don't know a Zhu Denyo, I've only heard of Angel. I don't have time to hang out with you. I'm hanging up now." Before Qin Feng was able to hang up, Zhu Denyo said anxiously, "Young Master Qin, I was looking for you to talk about Bai Qing." Chapter 156. Chapter 156, The Pure Young Girl 5 Years Ago. Qin Feng's finger hadn't pressed the end call button yet. His voice lowered, "I'm in the presidential suite on the top floor of the resort hotel. Tell the manager in the lobby to bring you up. Remember to give my name." 5 minutes later, the doorbell to Qin Feng's presidential suite rang. The door opened and the gorgeously dressed and made-up Zhu Denyo walked in. When she stood in the presidential suite, Zhu Denyo was stunned. When she was Chao Yang's mistress, she followed him to quite a few high-end places, but they were not even on the same level as Qin Feng's presidential suite. This intensified her desire to take Qin Feng. She would do anything just to be his lover. "I don't like speaking nonsense with strangers, so cut to the chase." Qin Feng had just come out of the spa. He wore a woolen robe and looked calmly at Zhu Denyo. He brought her to sit below the parasol on the balcony. Zhu Dinyo cherished this opportunity. She was in no hurry to speak. Instead, she organized her thoughts for her upcoming speech. In reality, after discovering Qin Feng's identity at the royal jewelers last time, Zhu Dinyo dreamed day and night that Qin Feng would fall for her and provide for her. However, with Bai Qing there, how would Qin Feng fall for her? Thus, Zhu Dinyo thought of a plan. In high school, she was Bai Qing's dorm mate and their relationship was not bad. After all, the night that the scores were revealed for the college entrance exam, Zhu Dinyo failed and was in a bad mood, so she called Bai Qing to go to the bar and spill her heart out. To Bai Qing, that night was the night her life was turned upside down. Zhu Dinyo was jealous that Bai Qing was the school beauty and the top scorer in the city for the humanities. She intentionally got Bai Qing drunk. When a man hit on her, Zhu Dinyo took the initiative to help that man and successfully delivered Bai Qing onto that man's bed. Zhu Dinyo knew she wasn't too much worser than Bai Qing. Bai Qing was not pure a long time ago, yet she was pretending to be some pure goddess. That was all fucking bullshit. Young Master Qin, I came here this time to tell you something important about Bai Qing. I can assure you that Bai Qing never dared to tell you this. Though she looks clean and pure. If you're going to continue talking nonsense, then you can leave, Qin Feng said coldly while casually taking a sip of red wine. Young Master Qin, Bai Qing is no longer a virgin. Before she became your mistress, she was already played by someone else. Zhu Dinyo didn't dare add any fluff. She said incomparably quickly, I saw this with my own eyes, so I can swear to God that the night after the college entrance exam and graduation, she got drunk at a bar and was taken by a man. She's a loose woman, she's not good enough to be young Master Qin's mistress. And you are. Qin Feng's gaze swept unenthusiastically over Zhu Dinyo. She immediately fell quiet. Qin Feng fell quiet. He only wanted to know about Bai Qing to help complete the hedonist sovereign system's quest of dissolving Bai Qing's hatred towards him. He really had no clue when he offended Bai Qing and where this hatred came from. Now that he heard what Zhu Dinyo said, he still couldn't pinpoint it. It was clear that this had nothing to do with him. I think you've misunderstood. Bai Qing isn't my mistress. You can leave now. Qin Feng gave Zhu Dinyo a fierce glare. Zhu Dinyo had come with the mindset that she was sure to succeed, and did not know it would end this way. She was deeply dissatisfied. She suddenly pulled out a picture from her phone and extended it towards Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, do you not believe me? Look, this is the picture I took then. Bai Qing and that man are hugging one another closely. Afterwards, they got a room. What I'm saying is the absolute truth. She had an enchanting smile, clean white teeth, and the youth and tenderness of a student. If Zhu Dinyo didn't say that this person was Bai Qing, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have recognized her at first glance. However, taking a closer look at her features, he realized that this girl really was Bai Qing when she was in high school. Of course, this was not the main issue. The main issue was the man hugging Bai Qing from behind. The male's body was turned to hug Bai Qing and he also wore a hat. Since the lighting in the bar was dim, his face was just a shadow and could not be seen clearly. However, once Qin Feng saw this person, he wanted to eat his fist. He enlarged the picture again, and again, and again. The expression on his face was similarly of alarm, and more alarm. There was a sudden and fierce roar that arose in his heart. The man in the picture was Qin Feng from 5 years ago, young Master Qin. Qin Feng threw the cell phone onto the table. He already began to pant violently. He thought hard about that night 5 years ago and pieces of fragmented memories arose blurrily. A bar filled with restless clamor, bright flashing strobe lights, a wildly screaming crowd. Suddenly, a girl appeared. She was as pure as a blooming lily. She stood clearly out of place in the foul atmosphere of the bar. She wore a white dress and had shiny, pie-black, and beautiful short hair. Her smile was enchanting, revealing a set of straight white teeth, and her skin was exquisitely fair and clear. Her every expression tugged on Qin Feng's emotions. In the end, Qin Feng took the initiative to approach her. He found that after this girl got drunk, it was extremely easy to trick her into bed. During that time, Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master through and through. He had several women a day. However, when he woke up the next day, he looked at the still sleeping Bai Qing. When the sunlight fell on her pure and beautiful face and Qin Feng saw the slight sweet smile on her lips, he was moved for the first time. Then, he looked at the plum blossom bloodstain on the snow-white bedsheets. At that instant, even he didn't believe that he had the desire to marry this girl and protect her for the rest of her life. Qin Feng knew that this was the fucking feeling of love. He didn't believe that as a hedonistic young master there would be the day where he would have these kinds of feelings towards a woman. The joys in life arrived too quickly. They didn't even give young Master Qin the opportunity to get prepared. He got dressed and rushed out of the hotel emotionally. He was going to buy Bai Qing a luxurious breakfast so when she opened her eyes she'd be able to eat the most delicious food. From this day onwards, he was going to begin carefully taking care of this pure and beautiful girl. He was going to make her the happiest woman in the world. Young Master Qin, Zhu Dinyo called Qin Feng carefully. Wake up, young Master Qin. Qin Feng was pulled out of his memories. From when he closed his eyes to when he opened them again, he passed through 5 years. At this time, all sorts of feelings filled his heart and his brain spun rapidly as he linked together everything that happened recently with Bai Qing. He understood. He finally understood everything. He understood why Bai Qing previously planted the camera in room 666 of the Royal Hotel to frame him, why she was sometimes suddenly and strangely cold towards him like she was guarding herself against him, why she became so emotional and even crazy when she heard the words, friends with benefits. She's taking revenge. She wants to take revenge on him. Thus, he discovered the cause of the system's quest to dissolve Bai Qing's hatred towards the host. Qin Feng suddenly stood emotionally. He realized that Bai Qing wasn't in the room and hurriedly called her. Bai Qing, where are you? Qin Feng asked anxiously once the call connected. I'm on the 3rd floor drinking tea, Bai Qing said emotionlessly. She didn't know why, but she purposely added, with Fang Jiming. Right after Bai Qing finished speaking, she heard Qin Feng hang up and heard a beep 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 sound after. Bai Qing's expression fell and she angrily threw her phone on the table. For some reason, she felt wronged. Did this brat really have no reaction when he heard that she was having tea with Fang Jiming? It seems that he really never cared about her. Was it Qin Feng? Fang Jiming continued to have a gentlemanly smile. He looked gently at Bai Qing. Bai Qing nodded. Her gaze shifted onto the beach outside the window and she fell into a trance again. An almost imperceptible flash of coldness passed through Fang Jiming's gaze. Once he thought about that brat Qin Feng, he was so angry that his teeth IED. However, this was a key moment, so Fang Jiming didn't want to bring up Qin Feng. He took the initiative to change the subject to their high school days. After all, Qin Feng wasn't in those memories, there was only him and Bai Qing. Bai Qing, remember when I wrote you that love letter during senior year and you rejected me? My heart fell to the pits and it took me a full 3 months to slowly crawl out of it. In a flash, 5 years passed. During this time, I've been searching for you. I didn't think you'd be in Acropolis City the whole time. Fang Jiming's gaze fell on Bai Qing's towering chest and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He suddenly and emotionally extended his hand to grab Bai Qing's. Bai Qing jumped in shock and instinctively backed up in her chair. Bai Qing, I really didn't think I'd be able to see you again, and under the circumstances where we're both unmarried. Say, isn't this a kind of fate? Even the heavens think we should be together, so they gave us the opportunity to meet again. This time, I'm already prepared. I really like you a lot. Though you rejected me 5 years ago, during these 5 years, my heart has remained unchanged. I hope you can agree to give me the opportunity to take care of you for the rest of your life. Chapter 157. Chapter 157, Then It's Decided. Fang Jiming spent a lot of effort on this class reunion. He pulled out a red jewelry box the color of a peach core. He opened it slowly to reveal a shiny and extravagant pearl necklace. This necklace clearly wasn't as expensive or on the same grade as the diamond necklace on her neck, but Bai Qing's heartbeat suddenly increased. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know whether or not to accept Fang Jiming. She didn't know whether or not she should let go of her hatred towards Qin Feng and restart her life. Bai Qing, let me help you put on this necklace. I believe that if it's on your neck, it will shine even more brightly. Fang Jiming stood and arrived beside Bai Qing. When he saw the diamond necklace on her neck, a disdainful smile flashed through his eyes. Qin Feng must have given you that necklace on your neck. You can tell this necklace is fake right from the first glance, don't get tricked by him. I've seen the real version of this diamond necklace, it's worth over 900,000 yuan. How could Qin Feng possibly afford it? Maybe he bought it at some street stall to trick you. Having you wear this kind of fake necklace really ruins your class and elegance. I could never do something like that. Fang Jiming mocked Qin Feng while slowly removing the necklace on Bai Qing's neck. Seeing Bai Qing's fair jade neck from such a short distance and smelling the faint fragrance of her body made him so excited that he wanted to pounce directly onto her. Bai Qing had not yet regained her senses, she was stuck in a daze and didn't know what she was thinking. Though she felt a bit conflicted about Fang Jiming touching her from such a close distance, her whole body felt weak and she had no strength to resist. 5 years have passed yet you're still so beautiful it's enchanting. Fang Jiming intentionally blew hot air onto Bai Qing's neck. Then, he said quietly, Bai Qing, let me kiss you. Let me kiss your fair fragrant neck, your charming face, your moist lips. Fang Jiming bent over slowly and extended his lips towards Bai Qing's neck. Bai Qing was scared witless. She admitted that she had some positive feelings towards Fang Jiming, but that was only because they were high school friends and Fang Jiming was considered a handsome, talented, and considerate man. All women would harness some positive feelings towards this kind of man. However, these positive feelings were not enough to let Bai Qing accept Fang Jiming's next intimate move. Bai Qing was extremely against him kissing her. But Bai Qing's body had already become weak. She had no strength to resist. She was even more startled because she thought Fang Jiming just wanted to have some tea with her and reminisce about the past. She didn't think he would directly confess. At this time, Bai Qing was conflicted and she really wanted to run away. A familiar shadow appeared in her hazy line of sight. The shadow was tall, handsome, and stood straight. It ran quickly towards her. As it came closer and closer, his features became more and more clear. It was Qin Feng's shadow. At this time, Qin Feng had a sinister expression. His eyes were completely red like a dreadful monster. He suddenly appeared in a mad rush. Before Bai Qing could react, she felt Fang Jiming fly away from beside her as he was punched viciously by Qin Feng. The punch was despotic and powerful. Bai Qing even heard the wind whistle past her ear and saw the fist fall on Fang Jiming's face. Fang Jiming cried pitifully and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood which contained his 2 front teeth. Qin Feng, what the fuck are you doing? Fang Jiming fell onto the marble floor meters away and shouted at Qin Feng while grimacing in pain. Qin Feng arrived beside Bai Qing. He tyrannically took her into his embrace and said while looking coldly at Fang Jiming, "Look here, Bai Qing is my woman. If you dare get close to her, I'll kill you." Qin Feng was angry. He had not been so angry in a really long time. When he discovered that Bai Qing was the pure girl that made him feel first love 5 years ago, he couldn't help but fly to Bai Qing's side the next second. When he ran wildly and found Bai Qing, he saw Fang Jiming standing beside her and helping her remove her necklace. Qin Feng almost killed Fang Jiming on the spot. "Qin Feng, it really hurts, let go of me." Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing so tightly that she felt as though he would shatter her bones. Qin Feng's anger slowly subsided. His arm relaxed a lot, but he kept Bai Qing in his embrace. He looked at her and said despotically, "Bai Qing, you're my woman. If I see you with another man again, I'll take care of you ruthlessly in the bedroom." Bai Qing looked foolishly at Qin Feng. She felt that he had changed. Before, how would Qin Feng care about her? He had as many beauties beside him as there were clouds in the sky, and they revolved around him all day. He wouldn't get angry over a woman, and he really wouldn't beat someone up over a woman. But, just now, these impossible things happened. Bai Qing's heartbeat suddenly and violently increased. "Did you hear?" Seeing that Bai Qing said nothing, Qin Feng yelled again. Bai Qing abruptly came to. An astonished expression stayed on her face. She looked at Fang Jiming who lay battered and exhausted on the ground, then looked at Qin Feng who had a powerful and tyrannical expression. In the end, she nodded slightly. "Qin Feng, I got it. Let's go." Bai Qing took the initiative to take Qin Feng's arm and leave. She didn't give Fang Jiming another glance. Fang Jiming's expression slowly became sinister. He was originally going to succeed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to take Bai Qing. He could have enjoyed Bai Qing ferociously. In the end, Qin Feng caused a disturbance halfway through. Fang Jiming angrily ground his teeth. He thoroughly hated Qin Feng and wanted to kill him personally. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and called a number. "Hey, Brother Fire, I'm younger brother Jiming. I'm currently at the mountain resort. Where are you? I'll come look for you right now." 10 minutes later, Fang Jiming arrived in one of the hotel rooms. The room had 2 beds but was surrounded by over 10 people. These people all bared their upper arms. They were mostly injured and helped one another apply medicine. Upon seeing Fang Jiming enter, one of the men stood. He had long hair dyed a fiery red. "Little brother Jiming, you're here." Fang Jiming took in the sight before him. He stared blankly for a bit and asked, "Brother Fire, what happened to you and your brothers?" Brother Fire sighed helplessly and shook his head. He didn't mention getting ruthlessly beaten up by Qin Feng not long ago because it was too embarrassing. Over 10 of them couldn't even beat a little youth. If this got out, they would no longer be able to get along in the outside world. Nothing, the brothers were just bored and played amongst themselves but they accidentally got injured. Brother Fire had a relaxed expression and started a new topic. "Jiming, did you bring a gal to the vacation area to sleep outdoors again?" Brother Fire looked at Fang Jiming with a smile. The 2 of them met in the mountain resort. One of them had some lackeys there and was considered to have a bit of influence. The other often brought beauties to play and was not lacking in money. Thus, they easily formed a group and played together. Every time Fang Jiming came here, he treated Brother Fire and his men to a meal. And when he encountered any trouble at the mountain resort, Brother Fire and his men were happy to help. "Ah, Brother Fire knows me too well." Fang Jiming smiled. Then, his expression fell again. "But, this time I've encountered a nuisance. I need Brother Fire's help in taking care of him." It wasn't the first time Brother Fire helped Fang Jiming clean someone up, so he said naturally, "That's a small small matter. Don't you know who this mountain resort belongs to? That's not what I mean. With Brother Fire backing me at this mountain resort, I've never been afraid of anyone. Fong Ji-ming followed up on Brother Fire's words and kissed his ass. Brother Fire had just gotten cleaned up, so he felt unhappy. Now, Fong Ji-ming's flattery made him happy. He immediately puffed his chest and said grandly, "Who is this person? He's not even dog fart, he's a little sales rep at some company." Once he brought up Qin Feng, Fong Ji-ming's expression changed. He said angrily, "He's just trash, he dared to sna a woman from me. Brother Fire, bring extra brothers this time, you have to help me cripple his arms and legs." Chapter 158. Chapter 158, Unfurling the Plan. Qin Feng and Bai Qing returned to the presidential suite. Zhu Denyo was still waiting there and sat on the sofa in the living room. She took advantage of the time that Qin Feng was out to change into black silk undergarments. The undergarments were a silk mesh style that was thin and transparent. They partly exposed and partly hid the body. "Young Master Qin, you've finally returned. Your servant has been prepared and waiting for you for so long that I've gotten flustered." When she heard that someone returned, Zhu Denyo immediately jogged to the door and spoke in a sickly sweet voice. Qin Feng had just shut the door when he saw Zhu Denyo's seductive clothes and charming expression. He almost stumbled and fell. Bai Qing, who held Qin Feng's arm, saw this scene and angrily shoved Qin Feng's arm away. "Young Master Qin, your luck with women really runs deep. I won't disturb your rendezvous." Bai Qing glared at Qin Feng and an unnamed bitterness arose in her heart. She had just felt a bit of care from Qin Feng, yet it completely disappeared at this time. "Zhu Denyo, what are you doing?" Qin Feng's face fell. He wanted to directly toss Zhu Denyo off the top floor of the hotel. When Zhu Denyo saw that Qin Feng returned with Bai Qing, a coldness flashed through her face. She quickly smiled again and ran up beside Qin Feng. She took his arm and intentionally pressed her towering chest on it. "Young Master Qin, you just told me to shower, change into your favorite mesh undergarments, lie on the sofa, and wait for you to return and comfort me. Why, you're terrible for making me wait for so long. So you like having more people? Bai Qing, we're considered old classmates, so let's play together. In any case, when we all go crazy together, it won't be too awkward. You two are dogs." Bai Qing clenched her teeth and turned to leave. Qin Feng grabbed Bai Qing's arm and lightly tugged her into his embrace. He raised his arm and slapped Zhu Denyo in the face with a smack. "Are you trying to drive a wedge between Qing and I?" Qin Feng looked at Zhu Denyo with a smile and said word by word, "Unless you don't want to live fuck off." Zhu Denyo was dazed by the slap. She came back to her senses a long time later, glared fiercely at Bai Qing, turned, and left. She only had the guts to toss out a vicious statement after exiting. "Bai, someone had gotten on you a long time ago, why are you still pretending to be pure?" Zhu Denyo stabbed Bai Qing's sore spot. Even to this day, Bai Qing didn't know that in reality, Zhu Denyo intentionally took her drinking, intentionally got her drunk, and even intentionally helped Qin Feng get her in bed that night. When she thought about how she indeed was no longer pure and that she lost her chastity, Bai Qing's mood fell. She extricated herself from Qin Feng's embrace and returned to her own room, locked the door, and didn't come out. Bai Qing lay on the soft bed and got lost in her thoughts. Without noticing, her mind drifted back to that night 5 years ago. That day, the college entrance exam scores were just revealed. She found out that she was directly admitted to China's top university because she got the highest score in humanities in Acropolis City. She was incomparably excited. However, she later got a call from her dorm mate Zhu Denyo. When she found out that Zhu Denyo flunked and got a bad score, she made an exception and went to drink with her. That was Bai Qing's first time drinking. Bai Qing kept up her guard while she was in the noisy environment. She originally wasn't going to drink, but after Zhu Denyo's repeated entreaties, she drank 2 bottles of beer and fell drunk without suspense. She wasn't so drunk that she lost consciousness, but her vision became hazy. Then, a handsome and grand young man came to hit on her. Bai Qing was at the age where she was just budding. It was the first time she'd seen such a forward man, so she felt a bit shy and resistant. But that man was incomparably bold and overbearing. He didn't even ask whether or not she was willing, hugged her, and kissed her face. Bai Qing couldn't clearly remember much of what happened after. It seemed that the male also brought her onto the dance floor and danced for a bit. Then, they went into a room. Bai Qing slept until morning but slept restlessly. Halfway through, she felt pressed by someone a couple of times and her body ached. When she was completely conscious after waking up in the morning, she saw her bare body, the imprint on the bed, and the empty room. Only she understood this kind of fear and stress felt by a pure and ignorant girl. Ding! A text suddenly came through to Bai Qing's phone, jolting her out of her memories. She opened her cell phone and a picture appeared before her with a comment below it. Remember this picture? Remember the man that got on you that night? I've already shown this picture to young Master Qin, you better behave. Her gaze fell onto the image. Bai Qing was so shocked that she threw her phone. There was a young girl in the prime of her youth with a smile as bright as the sun. A pure and happy air exuded from her body. That was Bai Qing 5 years ago. She was both familiar and unfamiliar. She calmed down a long while later. This was a message sent by Zhu Denyo. She already showed the picture to Qin Feng and told him about the situation, then Qin Feng surely recognized that the man was him. No wonder Qin Feng was suddenly so overbearing and caring about her at first. He knew that she was a woman he played with, so he didn't want to see other men playing with her. He didn't even want her to get close to other men. Wasn't this the vanity that all men had? Bai Qing's expression slowly became icy. Why was it that if Qin Feng played with her she couldn't get close to other men? And during these 5 years, he played with other women endlessly. How dare he? She wanted revenge. Her desire for revenge became increasingly strong. She picked up her cell phone and opened the mysterious person's text message. She saw that the person had sent a new message. Think of a way to get Qin Feng drunk during the reunion tonight and we'll make a move. After seeing the contents of the text, Bai Qing glued her cell phone tightly and had an impatient expression. Bai Qing, it's time for your reunion, are you going? Qin Feng's voice suddenly passed through the door. Bai Qing jumped. She quickly calmed herself, looked coldly at the door, and said incomparably seductively, "Young Master Qin, of course I'm going. I'll change and come out." Tonight's reunion was held in a large and grand room on the 3rd floor. Bai Qing walked into the private room holding Qin Feng's arm. Quite a few classmates had already arrived. They held glasses of wine and stood chatting in front of a buffet. When they saw Bai Qing enter the room, they all stopped moving and their eyes shined. Bai Qing intentionally dressed up very beautifully and seductively in a white evening gown. The dress was long and part of it trailed on the red carpet. The gown was the completely backless style and revealed her fair and deep chasm. Her dress was paired with delicate and grand crystal high heels. Bai Qing looked as dazzling as a celebrity on the red carpet of a film festival. Chapter 159. Chapter 159, Not just freeloading a meal. I was saying that your dress is too sexy. Look at the gazes of these perverts. Why don't we go back, change, then come back? Qin Feng dropped his head and blew lightly into Bai Qing's ear. Now that he knew Bai Qing was the girl from 5 years ago, Qin Feng already treated her as his woman. If his woman was too beautiful, that was also problematic. Bai Qing felt the hot air on her ear and her body weakened a bit. Qin Feng's embrace tightened slightly. She glared at him with disdain. Young Master Qin. Would you dare to move your hand that's grasping my behind and say these people are perverts again? Qin Feng coughed awkwardly several times. He moved his hand away but placed it on Bai Qing's beautiful back that was as bright and smooth as water. Okay, then I won't say it anymore. The spectators did not look on with admiration. They looked on with a jealous hatred as Qin Feng held his head high, puffed his chest, and held Bai Qing to sit down at the large round table. The people that were standing and chatting by the buffet tables all surrounded them intentionally or not. This was a large table that could fit 30 people at once. Everyone sat and filled half the seats, and people continued to stream in and sit down. Soon, everyone attending the reunion arrived. The whole time, Fang Zhiming stood behind the curtains of the stage. He peeked covertly at Bai Qing's sexy figure and swallowed his saliva. When he thought about how Qin Feng was about to get beaten up and how Bai Qing would throw herself into his embrace and spend the night with him, Fang Zhiming couldn't hide his smile. When he saw that everyone coming to the reunion had arrived, he came out slowly from behind the curtain. He clearly dressed up meticulously for tonight's reunion. He wore a light, white shirt with a white swallow-tailed coat, a white necktie, white slacks, white dress shoes, and a white belt. He thought he was Prince Charming with a white horse. He stood straight and tall on the stage. Fang Zhiming suddenly snapped his fingers and the stage lights turned on, adorning his hair, clothes, and face. Under the soft lights, he made a gentlemanly bow towards the audience. His gaze swept gently and politely over every person. The audience slowly looked towards Fang Zhiming. Quite a few women had their mouths opened so wide that one could stuff a large duck egg into them. Wow! Handsome. Fang Zhiming is really handsome. I've always dreamed that one day my lover would come get me on multicolored clouds, but now I've changed my mind. I hope he's like Prince Charming and comes to get me while wearing a handsome white suit and sitting on a handsome white horse. When he heard the excited screams from the audience, Fang Zhiming felt good about himself. He once again became the focal point of the audience, and he enjoyed being in the position. Under the gaze of the audience, he was about to open his mouth and use his deep and robust voice to conquer the audience again when a languid voice came from below the stage. Qing, it seems that the right side of this person's face is swollen. Did he get hit by someone? Why are these people shouting at someone whose face is beaten? Are they all crazy? Qin Feng didn't care about the unkind gazes heading his way. He leisurely extended his arm and wrapped it around Bai Qing's back. Bai Qing glared at Qin Feng with a hidden bitterness. Weren't you the one that gave that punch? Ahem, everyone quiet down. Good thing Fang Zhiming held a microphone, otherwise he would have been angered to death by Qin Feng's words. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for attending this reunion I've set up during this extremely busy time. Since you all came, this means you're giving me face and expressing that you haven't forgotten the deep friendship left by our high school days. Fang Zhiming took control of the scene again. He grandly and passionately read out the opening speech he memorized by heart. He believed that his passionate speech would leave a deeper impression on the beauties in the audience. However, halfway through his speech, it was once again cut off by a languid voice. This guy is putting me to sleep. Qin Feng held Bai Qing despotically, buried his head into her embrace, and intentionally rubbed her chest. If you didn't say you were paying for all the expenses for this reunion, see if anyone would still come. Qin Feng's words made everyone at the scene angry. This time, not only did the expression of Fang Ji-ming who was standing on the stage turn ashen, the expressions of all of the people sitting at the table also fell one by one. What do you mean? You mean we just came to freeload off Fang Ji-ming's meal? A girl pointed and began to yell at Qin Feng with sharp and unkind words. Qin Feng was pushed out of Bai Qing's embrace. He didn't even look at the woman and said unhurriedly, "Not just freeloading a meal, you can even vacation for free for a day and night." Her eyes turned black. Qin Feng made her so angry so became speechless. She was instantly cowed. Then, a man stood out unhappily. "Qin Feng, take a clear look at who you are. You're not a high school classmate of ours," and Fang Ji-ming said nothing and invited you along. "You're not only ungrateful, you even say these rude things. You're an absolutely ungrateful re." Fang Ji-ming didn't want to invite me originally. He only begged me to come because he saw that if I didn't come, Bai Qing wouldn't come either. Qin Feng expressed a reality. Just as how you don't only need a sword to kill people, experts can turn everything upside down with one sentence. He spoke 2 sentences and turned 2 people upside down. "Qin Feng, if you came here especially to eat and vacation, then we have nothing to say. But don't drag your personal unclean ideas onto us. I'll have you know that I didn't come here to eat, drink, and vacation. I came here for the deep friendship formed by 3 years of high school. We helped one another through the battle of the college entrance exam. You wouldn't understand our experiences and this friendship of ours that transcends life and death." Fang Ji-ming's first lackey Lu Ming stood and said gallantly and full of spirit. Then, the second lackey Zhao Bin also stood indignantly. He waved his hand and said with an air of righteousness, "Me too, I also didn't come to eat, drink, and vacation, I came here to see everyone. We're usually busy and don't have the time to meet up and chat. I'm extremely happy that young Master Fang was able to hold this reunion, and I'm extremely thankful for his hard work." "Me too. And me. Me." Bai Qing didn't know what Qin Feng was trying to do. She was still mad that Qin Feng intentionally squeezed into her embrace and took advantage of her. She had just come to her senses and realized that all of her classmates were standing. She glared at Qin Feng like a tiger eyeing its prey and looked like she wanted to have a row with him. Chapter 160. Chapter 160, Why don't we all go do? Qin Feng, what happened to them? Bai Qing asked lowly while tugging on Qin Feng's arm under the table. "Nothing. If you don't like them standing, I'll make them sit right now," Qin Feng said casually. He didn't attach importance to any of these people. He suddenly stood, and his gaze swept over every person's face. He said lightly, "It seems that I've misunderstood everyone. Okay, to express your earnestness, to express that you really didn't just come to eat, drink, and go on vacation, I recommend that we all go do with the spendings, and that we all share it equally. How about that?" The atmosphere immediately froze. Bai Qing wasn't wearing a lot of clothing, so she felt gusts of cold air that made her tremble from head to toe. All of the expressions of the classmates dropped, and they were angrier than before. Qin Feng's words stabbed at their sore spot, so they wanted to pounce at him and bite him to death. With one line, the fight ended and Qin Feng won completely. These classmates sat in quick succession. Not one person expressed an approval of Qin Feng's idea of going do. They all played dumb and didn't bring up the matter. Also, no one dared to stand out and refute or provoke Qin Feng again. Ahem, Fang Ji-ming stood on the stage for a good couple of minutes completely neglected. He coughed awkwardly to attract the audience's gazes back on him. About that, let's cut the nonsense. I would like to announce that Class 9 of Acropolis City's high school senior classes reunion officially begins now. He originally prepared a grand opening speech, but now he wasn't in the mood and didn't dare say so much nonsense. He hated Qin Feng so much that he clenched his teeth. After speaking, he walked off the stage and exited the private room to instruct the waiters that they could bring in the food. Young Master Feng, this brat Qin Feng is too arrogant. Would you like us two brothers to call him out and clean him up? Zhao Bin and Lu Ming followed closely behind Feng Zhiming out of the private room. At this time, they were trash-talking Qin Feng. A coldness flashed through Feng Zhiming's eyes. He was quiet for a bit, then suddenly said, "You two don't need to beat anyone up, I have other people who will give this brat a lesson. How are your alcohol tolerance levels?" When alcohol tolerance was mentioned, the two felt confident. They patted their chests and said grandly, "Young Master Feng, I, Biao, am not talking big, but drinking is my forte. Whether it be beer, red wine, white wine, or a mix of these into a depth charge, I've never gotten drunk." Seeing that Zhao Bin was a step ahead of him in askissery and that it reached a certain level, Lu Ming was dissatisfied. He lifted his head, puffed up his chest, and declared, "Biao, you aren't considered much. I'm a wine jar that has been drinking since youth. Every new year I drink so much that I turn the house on its head. The house you're talking about wouldn't happen to just have 3 people, would it?" Zhao Bin was also dissatisfied. He glared at Lu Ming with disdain. "Then those depth charges you mix must be mixed with fake alcohol," Lu Ming retorted. When he saw that the two were about to fight, Feng Zhiming glared at them and said coldly, "What's the fucking use of boasting right now? In a bit, you two help me make Qin Feng drink to death. Whoever drinks more out of the two of you will work at my company when we get back." "Young Master Feng, wait to see a good show," the two of them vowed solemnly. This job opportunity was so good that neither of them gave the other any leeway. The 3 returned to the private room. At this time, the food was placed on the table in succession. Originally, Feng Zhiming wanted to sit next to Bai Qing, but Qin Feng sat to one side of her and Zhao Qian sat on the other. Thus, Feng Zhiming sat directly across from her. When he saw that most of the food had arrived, he stood with a jolly smile. "Since we've come to have a good time today, I'll start us off. Let's all not return without getting drunk." Feng Zhiming picked up the Mao Tai on the table and couldn't help but show off again. "This time, to treat my old classmates for this reunion, I prepared the best of everything from wine to food. Our high school friendship can't be measured by money. Tonight's white wine is a 53 degrees Mao Tai. I especially bought it because I liked that its price was 888. I hope that everyone can also similarly get rich. Of half of the men present, quite a few liked drinking. When they heard that they were drinking Mao Tai that was 888 a bottle, their eyes lit up. They looked at the 5 bottles on the table. Just these 5 bottles were worth over 4,000 yuan, so how much did this whole table of food cost? These people didn't dare think too much about it. They internally rejoiced that they weren't impetuous and didn't agree to going do like Qin Feng suggested. They thought they were too quick-witted. Who wouldn't give face for young Master Feng's reunion? I'll drink with young Master Feng and won't go home until I'm drunk. The 2 lackeys Zhao Bin and Lu Ming immediately stood out and echoed in agreement. The other men also expressed in succession that they would drink to the end. Then thank you all for your support. As for the ladies, I've especially ordered red wine, 3,888 yuan a bottle of superior quality imported wine. I hope all of you will like it. When acting pretentious in front of women, one must act well. The price of the wine naturally has to be higher. Feng Zhiming had a rich and imposing attitude and acted as if money was just a number. Quite a few women already began to throw him coquettish glances. Who wouldn't want to hook in a tall, rich, and handsome man like this? Feng Zhiming clearly didn't care about the expressions of other women. He kept sneaking glances at Bai Qing. Upon seeing that Bai Qing's expression didn't change in the slightest when the prices of the red and white wines were reported, he felt a bit depressed. Though these wines were not extremely expensive, they were considered high quality to normal people. Fang Jiming saw that Bai Qing was just doing okay for herself, so wouldn't she be moved in front of money? Bai Qing get moved by a 3,888 bottle of red wine. Then even she would have to laugh at herself. She was the reception manager of Royal Hotel. She interacted with a handful of rich and powerful people in Acropolis every day and saw too many extravagant banquets. Plus, Acropolis City's #1 young master was shamelessly lying in her embrace at the moment. This dissolute and hedonistic young master habitually opened a bottle of 82 Lafite when he ate at the Royal Hotel. That bottle of wine is over 100,000 yuan, so this table of food and drinks could not compare. Come. Men drink the white wine and ladies drink the red wine. Let's take one first. Fang Jiming held up his wine glass and wanted to enliven the atmosphere so it would be easier to get Qin Feng drunk later. This was the starting cup of wine. Whether they could drink or not, all 23 people at the table stood holding cups of different colored alcohol and drank it in one shot. After they drank the first cup, quite a few people sat down. Zhao Bin and Lu Ming continued to stand. Each of them refilled their empty cup with white wine. Zhao Bin held up his cup towards Qin Feng first and said, "Qin Feng, though you aren't a classmate of our Class 9 high school senior class, it could be considered fate that you could join us and vacation for free at the mountain resort while mooching off our young Master Fang. You must have kept up 8 lifetimes of good fortune to be able to drink such good wine and eat such a fresh seafood banquet tonight." Zhao Bin appeared to want to drink with Qin Feng, but his words concealed mockery. He suddenly sighed and said with incomparable regret, as Bai Qing's high school classmate, don't blame me for saying what I feel. As a little sales rep, you are nowhere near good enough for our goddess Bai Qing. From what I see, only our young Master Fang and Bai Qing are a ma made in heaven. Alright, cut the nonsense, let's make a toast. Zhao Bin boldly and shamelessly mocked Qin Feng while toasting him. Fang Jiming's expression didn't change, but he was internally blooming with joy. He already covertly praised Zhao Bin with his gaze. This brat's words completely made his own thoughts. Zhao Bin raised his head and downed the cup of white wine. His face didn't turn red nor did his heartbeat increase. He looked like someone who could hold his liquor. "Qin Feng, why aren't you drinking? Why do I need to drink? I don't even know you that well." Qin Feng didn't care about Zhao Bin. He considerately picked up food to give to Bai Qing. Zhao Bin almost couldn't contain his expression. He looked coldly at Qin Feng as if he wanted to fight him. "Zhao Bin, I'll help Qin Feng drink this cup of wine." At this time, Bai Qing stood, lifted the cup of white wine and downed it in one go. These were all her classmates, so she didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward. As the manager of the Royal Hotel, Bai Qing had good alcohol tolerance. Oh Qin Feng, originally I saw that you had no money or power and came to mooch, but since you were a friend Bai Qing invited, I didn't make a fuss with you. Now you're even making goddess Bai Qing help you drink. You really aren't a man. I found that though you're both men, so why are you and young Master Fang so different? When young Master Fang was young, he was the boss of his own company, and he stands out the most among these classmates of ours. But, he's still neither conceited nor rash and still gives us respect. Also, though he has power and authority, he isn't loose or frivolous, he's still loyal to goddess Bai Qing. Look at you. You have a lowly status, you're smooth-talking, and you have no moral backbone. I don't understand how Bai Qing could be so blind to not see young Master Fang and to be with a pushover like you. Zhao Bin found another chance to take a stab at Qin Feng. He made his biting remarks without holding back. Xiao Bin and Lu Ming made a careful decision to be shameless in order to get a job in Fang Jiming's company. After deciding, they found that they were shameless all along. Qin Feng originally was too lazy to care about Xiao Bin. When he saw his repeated provocations, he stood and smiled at Xiao Bin. He said, "You want to drink with me, do you? Okay, then your elder will drink with you." Seeing that Qin Feng was angered by his prodding, Xiao Bin shouted emotionally, "If you want to drink, we'll drink. I was afraid you weren't up for it. I'll drink as well. Whoever doesn't dare to drink first will have to call the other person grandfather." Xiao Bin stole the limelight tonight. Lu Ming felt that he had to make himself known. He wouldn't even make a fuss if he merely had a position as a security guard. Chapter 161. Chapter 161, Grandfather. Okay, then I'll take one too. It's only exciting when a lot of people drink together. That's right, that's right. The more people there are, the better the alcohol tastes. Count me in. Me too, me too. Since everyone is standing up, then how could I sit? Not long later, a majority of the men stood. They didn't know about Fang Jiming and his crew's plan to get Qin Feng drunk. They thought to themselves, these brats sure are sneaky. There are only 5 bottles of Mao Tai on the table, so they're using the excuse of drinking together and heating up the atmosphere to have a couple more sips of it. You think I'm stupid? I'll stand and drink with you all. Don't think you can cheat me in the slightest. When Xiao Bin and Lu Ming saw how many people stood, their expressions darkened. They thought to themselves, is it easy for me to kiss ass? Why are you all standing up and blindly joining in? Qin Feng smiled as his gaze swept over the group. He asked, you all want to compete? So whoever stops drinking first will be the grandson and will have to call the other person grandfather. That's right, whoever stops drinking first will be the grandson and will have to call the other person grandfather. The group shouted in unison. They muttered to themselves, don't think that yelling arrogant lies will scare your big brother. Your big brother was raised by this kind of scaring. Alright, then let us begin. Everyone drink a bottle first. Qin Feng cut to the chase and took the lead. He picked up an unopened bottle of 53 degrees Mao Tai, tore its seal, opened the cap, threw his head back, and began to drink it in large gulps. His body was as straight as a javelin. He stepped on the chair with one foot, lifted his head, placed the bottle of Mao Tai to his lips, and poured all of the mellow and rich liquor straight down his throat. Though Qin Feng stood there silently, he exuded an air of boundless heroism. His movements were tyrannical and impressive. The liquor was directly ingested without room for breathing. He ate and drank voraciously like the expert martial artists that walked out of the martial world. They trod the mortal realm with daring and chivalry, and ruthlessly beat up pretentious pricks. Those who had just boasted about drinking to the end didn't dare utter a word. They stood there with their eyes wide and mouths agape as if someone had performed a body-freezing move on them. Their souls were almost shocked out of their systems and sent flying. Those that stood and were willing to drink themselves into oblivion just to have a couple more sips of the Mao Tai admitted defeat. But when they saw the scene before them, they knew they had underestimated their opponent. They drank with the mindset that they'd do so until their stomachs bled, but this bit of gall was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Feng. This was their first time seeing someone who dared to down a whole bottle of white spirits. This wasn't even beer, this was pure 53 degrees Mao Tai. Quite a few people began to shake their heads and sigh. It was hard to gain some profit off another's expenses in this world. If one didn't have a fearless attitude, they really wouldn't have the face to stand out. Plunk. While the spectators gasped in shock, Qin Feng finished drinking the whole bottle of white spirits and slammed the empty bottle heavily on the table. He smiled and eyed the spectators with ridicule. So, whose turn is it to drink next? Qin Feng's smile was as evil as a devil, and his voice also sounded like a summon from hell. He scared most of the people into sitting down immediately. They felt that it wasn't worth it to risk their lives for some Mao Tai. In a couple of breaths' time, only Qin Feng, Zhao Bin, and Lu Ming remained standing. However, the three of them had different expressions. After drinking a bottle of white spirits, Qin Feng was still as stable as ever. He looked as if he drank a bottle of plain water. In comparison, Zhao Bin and Lu Ming lost their arrogance and confidence. The two of them were so shocked that their legs were still trembling. After seeing Qin Feng's alcohol tolerance, they didn't want to continue competing with him. However, after seeing the covert and vicious glares Fang Zhiming shot their way, they pushed themselves beyond their limits and forced themselves to this stage. Will drink with you. Lu Ming and Zhao Bin each held a bottle of white spirits. They were originally trying to speaking in a rousing tone, but when the words came out of their mouths, they were flimsy like they were going to surrender. Okay, then you two have a bottle each first. Qin Feng smiled at the two of them and his gaze swept over those who had just stood, farted, and sat back down. He said to them lightly, "As for the rest of you, you no longer dare to drink? Then call me grandfather, and I'll let you go." Some people are so arrogant when they provoke you, but when they see how strong you are, they become deflated balls and hide to the side while playing dead. Qin Feng never gave face to people like this because they clearly don't want face. Of the 7 who had just stood and sat back down, their expressions darkened one by one. They knew that calling Qin Feng grandfather would be extremely humiliating, but if they didn't call him grandfather, they would throw away their character in addition to being humiliated. The atmosphere instantly became icy. Everyone waited for these 7 people to speak. It's better to get it over with than prolong the agony. One of the people abruptly stood. He looked at Qin Feng with an unhappy expression. The voices of these originally stalwart men became as small as flies. Grandfather. Grandfather. Grandpa. With someone leading, everything progressed smoothly. 7 people stood, called Qin Feng grandfather, in proper order, and sat down again. They were no longer in the mood to eat or drink tonight. After the punishment was complete, their gazes once again fell onto Qin Feng and the other 2. Zhao Bin and Lu Ming knew they couldn't hide from this bottle of wine. They thought they might as well copy Qin Feng grandly step on a chair, raise their heads, and act like a hero to experience the heart-rending heroic spirits. However, they were unable to withstand it after drinking 2 sips. It was their first time downing a whole bottle so suddenly, so their throats, eyes, and stomachs burned like they were on fire. The sudden overwhelming feeling made the 2 of them bend over immediately. In an instant, they went from peerless heroes to red-faced prawns. Cough, cough. The 2 of them still forcefully drank down the bottle of white spirits. After drinking it, they coughed uncontrollably. They soon couldn't take it anymore and turned completely red from head to toe. It seems that you 2 have a pretty good alcohol tolerance. Here, let's have another toast. They had just put down their empty bottles when Qin Feng raised another bottle of white spirits, threw his head back, and grandly drank it down. When it came to drinking, Qin Feng was truly an expert. He tasted beer for the first time at age 1, red wine at 3, white spirits at 5, and after he was 10, he didn't drink alcohol from China, he liked strong imported alcohol. There was the 88 degrees Bulgarian Balkan vodka, the 90 degrees Granada rum, the 92 degrees Scottish whiskey, the 95 degrees American golden ale, and Qin Feng's current favorite, the 96 degrees Polish vodka. Compared to these extremely strong alcoholic drinks, drinking the 53 degrees Mao Tai was like drinking beer to Qin Feng. He needed to down entire bottles to feel a buzz. Chapter 162. Chapter 162, Knock You to Death with My Head. Thump. Seconds later, Qin Feng finished drinking a second bottle of Mao Tai and threw it on the table. Lu Ming and Zhao Bin's current expressions couldn't be described in words. After staring in a daze for a couple of seconds, Zhao Bin suddenly sat on a chair. His head fell onto the table and he passed out drunk. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Bin's reaction and the corner of his mouth tweed. He copied Zhao Bin and immediately fell over drunk as well. No one knew if their acting was too realistic or if they really keeled over. All gazes fell on their two bodies with uncertain expressions. They didn't know what to say. Fang Jiming was so angry that he wanted to kick the two of them. Before, they were so good at talking big. Now, they were so good at pretending. He covertly eyed Qin Feng coldly. He couldn't help but admit that this brat's alcohol tolerance was too fucking abnormal. He had to get rid of his plan to get him so drunk that he made a fool of himself. When Fang Jiming thought about how Qin Feng stole his thunder tonight, he couldn't take it anymore. He stuck his hands beneath the table and secretly texted Brother Fire. Ha, Qin Feng's alcohol tolerance really is great. Here, let's make a toast to Qin Feng. After sending the text, Fang Jiming's mood was too good. He took the initiative to raise his glass towards Qin Feng in a toast. Bai Qing clearly didn't act the part of a girlfriend. When she saw Qin Feng drink so much alcohol in succession, she didn't try to stop him even once. At this time, she sat there staring off into space. Who knew what she was thinking? Bang! Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open and over 10 large and strong men charged in unsteadily. Brother Fire, all of us brothers must not return until we're drunk tonight. A group of people surrounding Brother Fire walked in while talking and laughing. They looked to be a group of drunk hoodlums that walked into the wrong room. When Fang Jiming saw Brother Fire and his men, his eyes brightened. He was the first to stand up. He shouted with a cold expression, "Hey, you guys walked into the wrong room, hurry, and get out." Once Fang Jiming stood, everyone else immediately stood as well and glared at Brother Fire and his men. They were unhappy that people crashed their room and put a damper on the mood. Fuck, you think you're all that because you have a lot people so you want to look for trouble? A fat-headed, large-eared fatty with a large tiger tattooed on his chest who stood beside Brother Fire walked up to them angrily. He picked up a bottle of red wine along the way and smashed it into the table with a bang. He pointed at the group with an angry shout, "Fuck, come at me and I'll kill you all on my own." Those present were all young men and women who hadn't graduated from college too long ago. They went to work and lived normal lives. Upon meeting this shouting vicious fatty holding a sharp broken bottle, they lost their breaths. They all lowered their heads and none of them dared to stand out. According to plan, Fang Jiming covertly exchanged glances with Big Fatty and looked at Qin Feng a couple of times. Big Fatty immediately responded and took a lap before stopping beside Qin Feng. He glared viciously at Qin Feng and yelled, "Fuck, you fucking brat. Are you looking down on your elder? Everyone else is so scared that they've stood up and you're the only brat still sitting. Do you want a beating?" This reason was clearly one used just to pick a fight, and those that heard it were speechless. At this day and age, you could really get shot just by sitting or lying down. In the face of Big Fatty's threat, Qin Feng smiled calmly and stood. The instant he saw Brother Fire, he understood that there was an 80% chance these people were actors hired by Fang Jiming. Their acting wasn't too terrible. "I'm standing now, are you satisfied?" I'm not satisfied," Qin Feng rendered Big Fatty speechless. He stammered for a long while before shouting unreasonably, "I just think you're an eyesore and I want to beat you up. What the fuck can you do about it?" Bang! Qin Feng threw a punch that was as fast as lightning. The audience didn't see the move clearly when they heard Big Fatty's pitiful cry. This fist fell on Big Fatty's face, breaking the bridge of his nose and dyeing his face with fresh blood. He fell to the ground and writhed in pain. "I can send you flying with one punch," Qin Feng said indifferently. Whether it be Fang Zhiming's classmates or Brother Fire's lackeys, everyone was stunned by the scene. Fang Zhiming never would have thought that Qin Feng's abilities were so impressive. It appeared that it wouldn't be so easy to clean him up. Plus, Brother Fire's people had all just been beaten up by Qin Feng in the afternoon. When they saw that the person they were here to teach a lesson to was Qin Feng, they were all frozen still with their eyes wide and mouths agape. They were unsurprised to see Big Fatty sent flying with one punch because they were all sent flying by Qin Feng with either a punch or a kick earlier. They hated Qin Feng, but they were even more terrified by this powerful freak. "How dare you launch a sneak attack on Brother Fatty? See if this elder of yours can kill you." Of the 14 people that came, 12 were beaten up by Qin Feng in the afternoon. Of the 2 that had never seen him, there was Big Fatty who was already knocked down, and the other was the tall and skinny man yelling and rushing at Qin Feng to beat him up. "Skinny." When he saw Skinny running out, Brother Fire hurriedly called out to stop him. But he hadn't finished his sentence when Skinny arrived in front of Qin Feng. Brother Fire forcibly swallowed back the rest of his sentence. "Brother Fire, don't worry about me, I alone will be enough to take care of this stinking brat." Skinny was elated. In the past, everyone looked at the situation when fighting. Upon encountering a group fight with 2 large groups of people usually hid in the back and didn't try to show off. But the current situation was one person versus many, so everyone would typically fight to show off and kiss Brother Fire's ass. At first, Big Fatty was the first to take the limelight, so Skinny felt a bit regretful. Now that he got the second opportunity, he was so happy he wanted to fly. "Wait!" Right when Skinny rushed up to Qin Feng suddenly extended his hand and yelled for him to stop. "Stinking brat, if you have any last words before you die, hurry and spit them out. You don't need to plead for your life because it'll be useless." Skinny felt that this time his whole body would be glowing with golden light for certain, so he didn't want to be too glorious. Qin Feng smiled slightly. "I didn't plan on begging for forgiveness and I don't have any last words." "Fuck, then why the hell did you tell your elder to stop?" Skinny yelled with exasperation. "I think you're too weak, so I wanted to yield to you a bit. You choose, would you like me to yield an arm or a leg?" Those who get along in the street strived for face. Currently, Qin Feng was taking jabs at Skinny's face, so Skinny was so angry that directly he jumped up. "Fuck, you're just a little shit and you want to yield to me? Your elder can kill you with one arm. So you're saying that you're going to yield me an arm?" Qin Feng asked with seriousness. Skinny originally wasn't thinking this way, he was just boasting. Since Qin Feng was able to launch a sneak attack on Big Brother Fatty, he had some sort of abilities. However, since Qin Feng asked this in front of an audience, Skinny was too embarrassed to refuse. He said grandly with his chest puffed and head held high, "If you want me to yield, then I'll yield. I'll yield my left arm to you and still kill you." After hearing his words, Brother Fire's people began to pray silently. No, I said I would yield to you. So I'll yield my arms and fight with you." Qin Feng shook his head with seriousness. Skinny was angry. He slammed the table and yelled, "Your elder will yield 2 arms and a leg to you. Then I'll yield both my arms and legs." Qin Feng also didn't show any weakness. "Fuck, your elder won't use his arms, legs, or stomach. I'll just fucking use my head to slam you to death." Skinny shouted while straightening his neck. He was so angry that his neck turned red. "Deal." Qin Feng suddenly snapped his fingers and hung a smile on his face. "Then we'll do as you say, you can only use your head to bump me and I can use both my arms and legs." The corner of Skinny's mouth twitched violently. He suddenly felt as though he was being played by Qin Feng. However, he also couldn't act shamelessly if he pointed this lie out in front of everyone. "You little shit, your elder will fucking knock you dead with my head." Skinny Monkey bent over, clenched his teeth, and rushed at Qin Feng. He internally thought that this time, even if he'd knock himself into having a concussion, he'd have to knock this brat's intestines out for wanting to mess with him. The idea was vibrant, but the reality was quite lacking. Qin Feng shifted his body slightly and Skinny crashed headfirst into the wall. Qin Feng hadn't even touched a hair on his body and he fainted. Brother Fire and his brothers couldn't watch the scene. Everyone had been in the streets for so long and they had never been so humiliated. Ahem, hurry and get out or else I won't be polite. Fang Jiming hadn't gotten a grip on the situation. When he saw that Brother Fire still hadn't made a move and made him put on an act for so long like an idiot, he coughed a couple of times and shot gazes at Brother Fire. Brother Fire pretended he didn't see Fang Jiming's gazes. In reality, he didn't have the guts to make a move on Qin Feng. He took the lead in turning his body and walking out the door. So we walked into the wrong room. Everyone hurry up and follow me back, our other brothers are waiting to drink with us. Hurry and leave, hurry and leave. Let's go back and drink. The audience then came back to their senses and immediately followed Brother Fire. They didn't want to stay here an instant longer. AI. Brother Fire, wait for me, wait for me. Seeing that Brother Fire and his men were leaving, Skinny, who had crashed headfirst into the wall and began to pretend to faint, crawled up and chased after them. Also, Big Fatty, who was sent flying by Qin Feng in the beginning, was lying on the ground and crying pitifully without pause. At this time, he stopped yelling and ran out after Skinny. This scene stunned Fang Jiming's classmates. It was a complete waste that these people didn't act and were hoodlums instead. Their gazes followed the group as they ran out the door. Not long later, they walked back in one by one with sullen expressions and their heads bowed. They conscientiously formed 2 rows in the private room and a group of security guards in uniform followed them in. There were a total of 8 security guards, 7 of them stayed at the door weighing over these hoodlums while the group leader jogged over to Qin Feng with a smile filling his face. He saluted him with respect and said, "Young Master Qin, it's our fault as security guards that these people disturbed your meal with your friends. Please punish us." Qin Feng did not call over these security guards, they were sent over by the beautiful manager of the mountain resort. She knew that Qin Feng had arrived at the mountain resort and found out which private room he was eating in tonight, so she purposely sent over security guards in fear that young Master Qin would be dissatisfied with any part of the service. "Take this group to the police station and don't let them appear at the mountain resort again." With the wave of his hand, Qin Feng sent the security guards away. "There's nothing else here, you guys can all leave." Chapter 163. Chapter 163, So It's Young Master Qin. The security guards of the mountain resort arrived aggressively and left grandiosely. They held down the group of large hoodlums and left the room. When the room became quiet once again, the spectators were still in turmoil. They all looked at Qin Feng in shock and wanted to swallow their own fists in one gulp. Qin Feng. Young Master Qin. This group of schoolmates were mostly natives of Acropolis, so young Master Qin's name was like thunder resounding in their ears. Quite a few of them also knew of the story behind the mountain resort and how it was Royal Group's vacation estate which was owned by young Master Qin's old man. For him to be in the mountain resort hotel, to be able to call over a large group of security guards, and to be respectfully called young Master Qin, there was no need to think. This person before them, who they had all pegged to be a poor brat the whole time, was undoubtedly Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young Master Qin. All of those present looked at Qin Feng differently. Their expressions went from contempt to fawning. Young Master Qin, you're young Master Qin, that's the head of the 4 young masters of Acropolis City. Some people couldn't help but shout in surprise. So it really is young Master Qin. I was saying that the first time I met you I thought you innately exuded the air of a king. This kind of power and dominance isn't something someone can learn. You're the son of heaven. If placed in the olden days, you're the chosen one. Oh. Our classmate Bai Qing really has good taste that she caught the only son of the richest man in Acropolis. I'm about to be jealous to death of you. But our Bai Qing and young Master Qin really are a ma made in heaven. One has talent and looks while the other has power and ability. They form a pair with unmade beauty. This barrage of sugar-coated bullets of praise surged over without warning. Even Lu Ming and Zhao Bin, who pretended to be passed out drunk for so long, suddenly stood. When they discovered that Qin Feng was young Master Qin, they were struck with an unnamed shock. Compared to that dog fart Fang Jiming, young Master Qin was favored by God while Fang Jiming was only a commoner on earth. The two quickly rearranged their troops and spoke to Qin Feng with all smiles. Young Master Qin, your alcohol tolerance is really great. Being able to drink at the same table as you is the result of 8 lifetimes of cultivation. In the future, I hope young Master Qin can give me some pointers. I've always said Qin Feng wasn't as simple as he looked. He always exudes a slight feeling that he's hiding a secret. If you slowly interact with him, you'll find that young Master Qin is not the average Joe. As I previously mentioned, him and Bai Qing together is not young Master Qin's good fortune, but good fortune cultivated by Bai Qing. Now you all must believe me in regards to this. When they heard how Zhao Bin said all this with a look of propriety but had clearly said Qin Feng wasn't good enough for Bai Qing earlier, the audience deeply felt they should follow his example. Once young Master Qin's identity was revealed, they all gave their everything. Everyone fell over themselves trying to curry favor with Qin Feng. Fang Jiming instantly became heir and no one spared him another glance. At this time, Fang Jiming wasn't filled with anger, he was filled with worry. He looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood frozen like his spirit left his body and couldn't even hear the artificial flattery around him. His brain whirred and only one sound lingered. Qin Feng is young Master Qin. This sentence seemed simple, but it had the power to decide the fate of Fang Jiming and even the whole Fang family. Fang Jiming did indeed open a company after graduating, and the company was doing well. However, the company was under his old man. Also, those who operated the company also weren't talents he hired from outside. From day to night, there were unwritten rules with the female secretaries in the company. At night, he went to the bar to hit on female students. He put on a bright and handsome disguise and did evil things that could ruin his family. Now that he was acting pretentious and bumped into the god of acting pretentious young Master Qin, Fang Jiming knew his days had come to an end. If young Master Qin really got mad, even Fang Jiming's old man would be out of luck. He suddenly kneeled before Qin Feng with a plop. His family company was much more important than how laughable he looked. He begged Qin Feng in front of everyone, "Young Master Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted pretentious in front of you. I shouldn't have continued to trouble you. I beg you, sir, for forgiveness, please spare me just this once. There were too many shocking things today." The brains of the spectators ran out of space. They knew that young Master Qin was extremely powerful in Acropolis, but they now experienced the results of his power firsthand. This intimidating power was the most realistic. Everyone always thought Fang Jiming was lofty and someone of another world, yet Fang Jiming merely had to hear young Master Qin's name to kneel before him without consideration of face. This kind of power was beyond what they could imagine as normal people. Qin Feng's gaze held no sliver of compassion. He didn't even spare Fang Jiming a glance because he had long seen through Fang Jiming's intentions, he wanted to clean him up. And, more importantly, he wanted to make a move on Bai Qing. Since dared to have the intention of hitting on his woman, Qin Feng absolutely would not be lenient on him. Qin Feng, just leave it. Bai Qing still didn't know about Fang Zhiming's dirty thoughts. She saw that the scene had gotten to this stage and was in a bit of a dilemma as she held Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng didn't listen to Bai Qing. He looked coldly at Zhao Bin and Lu Ming. I'll give you guys a chance right now to tell me Fang Zhiming's true goal for setting up this reunion. I'll give whoever says it first an opportunity to work at a real estate company under Royal Group. Qin Feng's words had just dropped when Lu Ming rushed forward and pointed at Fang Zhiming. He said ruthlessly, "Young Master Qin. This person is a perverted wolf hiding in sheepskin. Even heaven and earth cannot tolerate how lacking he is in conscience." On the outset, he held this high school reunion to place importance on the ease of our high school days. In reality, he wanted to use it to act pretentious in front of Bai Qing and get her into his grasp so he could get a room with her at night. The brute Fang Zhiming went to exercise and develop muscles for this reunion, and even looked for Brother Fire and that group of hoodlums to put on a performance of a hero rescuing a beauty. In one breath, Lu Ming spilled out all the minute details of Fang Zhiming's plans. The audience was speechless. Bai Qing's expression fell cold again. She felt a wave of disgust when she thought of how she was a bit attracted by Fang Zhiming's poise and his pretenses implying that he was solely dedicated to her. Though she had stepped into society and already worked for 5 years, she was a blank canvas when it came to romance. She was extremely upset to find that she was cheated emotionally once again. When Qin Feng felt Bai Qing's frail body tremble, he hugged her tighter in her embrace. He straightened out the mussed hair on her forehead and said gently, Qing, let's go back to the room." Bai Qing nodded. She really didn't want to stay here any longer. She obediently lay in Qin Feng's embrace and walked out of the room. Chapter 164. Chapter 164, The criminal behind the scenes floats above the surface. After returning to the extravagant presidential suite, Bai Qing went straight to her room, locked the door, and opened her phone. There are 2 cups of red wine on the table in the balcony. The cup with more wine has poison in it. Make Qin Feng drink it and your mission is complete. After reading this message, all sorts of feelings welled up within her. If this was before she attended the reunion, she would trick Qin Feng into drinking the cup of red wine without hesitation. However, now that so many things happened at the mountain resort, Bai Qing felt uncertain. Ding! Suddenly, another text came in. Bai Qing opened it. "Why aren't you moving? If you don't move within 10 minutes, tonight's plan will be cancelled." After seeing this new message, Bai Qing gritted her teeth, changed into an alluring nightgown, and walked out of the room. When the room door opened, Qin Feng's gaze flitted over and instantly brightened. Bai Qing wore a black nightgown with a lace trim. Her long, beautiful, and fair white legs were revealed below the skirt. The nightgown was a silk gauze style that, under the lights, partially hid and partially revealed the scenery below it. Qing, come sit on the sofa and we'll see a movie together. I know the password to the adult channel, want to watch it with me? Bai Qing revealed a flirtatious smile and strolled leisurely up to Qin Feng. She took the initiative to sit in his embrace. She purposely pressed her chest on Qin Feng and said coquettishly, "Young Master Qin, you're terrible. I don't want to see some adult movie, I want to drink a cup of wine on the balcony and admire the night view of the mountain resort." Qin Feng's face bloomed with a smile. He immediately picked Bai Qing up and ran towards the balcony. Okay, let's go to the balcony is good. The night view is mesmerizing and the balcony is spacious and comfortable. I really like waging war on the balcony, let's wage war until the sun comes up. He carried Bai Qing and quickly arrived at the balcony. Qin Feng impatiently lifted the bottom of Bai Qing's dress. Bai Qing immediately pressed her skirt down and said with a mesmerizing smile, "Young Master Qin, don't be anxious. I'm a girl, so of course I'd be shy. Why don't we drink 2 cups of wine? When I'm drunk, you can do whatever you want." Okay, let's drink. I'll get some white spirits and we can drink straight from the bottle. Qin Feng couldn't wait and was about to go downstairs to get some white spirits. Bai Qing hugged Qin Feng and snuggled in his embrace. She said flirtatiously, "Young Master Qin, you're terrible. I'm a weak girl, how could you use white spirits to get me drunk? There's still some red wine that we didn't finish earlier. Let's drink 2 cups of it." Okay, let's drink red wine. No matter what Bai Qing said, Qin Feng's mouth was only filled with words of consent. His eyes were glued onto Bai Qing's shirt collar and had not shifted in the slightest. When she saw Qin Feng's vulgar look, Bai Qing smiled charmingly, but was extremely disgusted internally. To think that she hesitated about harming Qin Feng earlier. Now, that sliver of apprehension was completely eliminated. "Young Master Qin, let's make a toast." Bai Qing held up 2 wine glasses. She compared the 2 under the moonlight and extended the one that clearly had more to Qin Feng. "Okay, cheers." Qin Feng took the glass of wine and tilted his head back to drink it. Bai Qing's palms filled with cold sweat. Her heart thumped rapidly as she stared at Qin Feng and the cup in his hand. "Wait." Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped. The hand holding the wine glass paused mid-lift and he looked at Bai Qing with seriousness. Bai Qing jumped in shock. She stopped breathing and looked at Qin Feng's serious expression and was struck with incomparable fear. "Why, young Master Qin, what's wrong?" Bai Qing pretended to be calm with all her might because there was no way Qin Feng could have discovered her plan. Qin, we've agreed that after drinking this cup of wine, we're going to do some even more intimate things. You can't go back on your word." Qin Feng's expression changed, revealing a perverted expression. He smiled and said this with his gaze fixed on Bai Qing's towering chest. "Young Master Qin. I know. Here, cheers." Bai Qing released the breath she was holding. She didn't wait for Qin Feng to drink first and threw her head back to down her glass in one gulp and calm her nerves. After downing the red wine, Bai Qing looked at Qin Feng and the wine glass in his hand again only to find that he already drank all the wine inside. At this time, a multitude of emotions welled up within her. Her current mood couldn't be described in words. Ever since she had her first night snayed by Qin Feng 5 years ago, she began to hold a grudge against him. It had already been 5 years of this hatred. It's very hard to love a person for 5 years, and it's even harder to hate a person for 5 years. Bai Qing didn't know how she did it. Just for hatred, she spent 5 years planning, arranging, and waiting patiently for the opportunity to take revenge. During these 5 years, she saw how dissolute and unruly Qin Feng was with her own eyes. He continuously brought different beautiful women into rooms of the royal hotel. She weighed as this enemy of hers appeared before her every night, and he even took liberties with her without scruple. She saw him as enemy number 1, while he didn't even know who she was. Even Bai Qing thought it was laughable. The laughable person wasn't Qin Feng, it was herself. Who knew how many times she wanted to give up in the middle of it? Countless thoughts of suicide arose in her mind. She was too tired. Every day, right from when she opened her eyes, she lived in a world of revenge. When she closed her eyes at night, she even had to get scared awake by a nightmare. Even until the end, revenge was the driving force of her existence, and became her source of energy. It was like an unachieved dream that one had to constantly vie for to achieve. Now, the dream Bai Qing struggled for finally came into fruition. Her heart stopped. Drops of pure and sparkling tears slipped down her cheeks. She realized that she did the wrong thing. She had done the wrong thing right from the beginning. Now, her revenge was realized, and she watched Qin Feng slowly disappear from this world before her eyes. However, she didn't feel a sliver of excitement, she felt disappointment and even despair. She lost her source of energy and lost her dream. Qin Feng, goodbye. Goodbye forever, Bai Qing said to herself. It was like she was saying a final farewell to someone extremely familiar yet also a complete stranger. Ha ha ha, Qing, I finished drinking this whole bottle of red wine. Now it's time to play. After the cup of wine was ingested, Qin Feng directly pounced at Bai Qing's body. Bai Qing didn't resist. She allowed her tears to trickle down silently, allowed Qin Feng to tear her clothes without restraint, allowed him to reach into her clothes to caress her body and then kiss her neck, chest, stomach, thigh. Slowly, Qin Feng's strength lessened. He stopped and lay on Bai Qing's thigh. Her tears fell on his cheek, and she lightly pet the man in her embrace, the man who took over her body. Who knew if she was deeply hurt or in extreme despair? Bai Qing also felt a wave of exhaustion. She slowly shut her eyes and fell over. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute later. 3 black shadows leapt out of the dark night. Of the 3, 2 of them wore nocturnal clothing and pulled a man in casual clothing. They climbed up from the balcony on the floor below. The 2 men in black got onto the balcony and stood on both sides of it. They vigilantly paid attention to the surrounding movements. The man wearing casual clothing had a tall and straight figure. A light playful smile hung upon his handsome face as he slowly walked up to Qin Feng. When he saw Qin Feng unconscious on the ground, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Qin Feng, serves you right. Fucking serves you right. Your elder has long predicted that if you're dissolute and unruly all day you'd die on a woman's stomach sooner or later. Seems that my prophecy has come true, I should just become a prophet. When he saw that Qin Feng was dead, the man was extremely happy. He neglected the image he usually cared about so much and laughed maniacally. What number 1 hedonistic young master of Acropolis? What number 1 power of Acropolis City's Qin family? That was all fucking nonsense. You, Qin Feng, are also human and a normal human like all other humans. You really thought of yourself as a son of heaven. Tui. Are you good enough for it? I really don't know why Prince Wen would care so much about you that he gathered so many forces to join together and deal with you. It's clearly overkill. Now, hasn't he been directly taken care of by me alone? Ha ha ha. If Qin Feng was still awake, he'd know who this man was just by hearing his voice. He and Qin Feng were both considered part of Acropolis University's 4 young masters. He was young Master Hua. He was Hua Ming, who Qin Feng slapped noisily in the face when he was still attending Acropolis University. At this time, Hua Ming was in a deranged state. When he saw that Qin Feng ended up dying in a woman's arms, the hate he harbored silently in his heart was finally avenged. He thought about how Qin Feng stole Zhao Ling's Xian, how he won the Chinese art contest in front of the whole class, and how he slapped him in front of everyone. These humiliating scenes floated up piece by piece, but Hua Ming was no longer angry. It would be silly to be mad at a dead man. Under the moonlight, Hua Ming silently stepped towards Qin Feng. He held a dagger that flashed with wintry light. After arriving beside Qin Feng, he clasped the dagger tightly and stabbed towards Qin Feng's heart. He wanted Qin Feng to die completely, to die until he could not die anymore. Qin Feng, I hope you reincarnate into a domestic animal in your next life, haha. You've done such horrible things, you should go into reincarnation first to become a domestic animal. Hua Ming's dagger stabbed air. Qin Feng's cold laughter suddenly resounded in the night air. The sound was too cold. Huaming couldn't help but tremble at how eerie it was. His expression changed drastically and his eyes were filled with dread. He thought he saw a ghost. He saw the already dead Qin Feng suddenly rise up and fly above his head. Swish swish. Qin Feng's figure stayed suspended in midair. Behind him was the boundless ocean and beach, and the moon was like a silver platter, forming a beautiful backdrop and making Qin Feng's face even more cold and resolute. The ocean breeze blew lightly at his soft hair, tousling it. The surge of the ocean waves served as the bugle announcing the arrival of a battle. At this time, he looked like a god of war or a knight-errant setting out in the night. He held two little flying knives in his hands, and a wintry light flashed and entered the center of the foreheads of the two men in black. They didn't even have time to react and fell to the ground. Chapter 165. Chapter 165, Hatred Resolved. Huaming was so shocked that his legs gave out and he sat on the ground. He looked at Qin Feng who had landed on the ground and didn't dare to breathe. The two in black were bodyguards specifically sent by the Hua family to protect Huaming at school. They were capable fighters handpicked from the underground. It was absolutely no problem for one of them to fight 10 normal people. However, these two were like ants in Qin Feng's eyes. They didn't even have the opportunity to make a move when they were directly taken care of by Qin Feng. Huaming couldn't clearly see how Qin Feng had done it or even what kind of murder weapon he used to kill the two bodyguards. Huaming, so the one prompting by Qin behind the scenes is you. At this time, Qin Feng saw Huaming. He was a bit surprised. Then the one that was behind Mada who previously is also you, right? Qin Feng. How are you not dead? He looked nervously at Qin Feng. A good while later, Huaming slowly calmed down. Why would I die? Qin Feng smiled lightly. You used Bai Qin to poison my wine. Did you really think I wouldn't know? You really think I'm the useless wastrel that everyone thinks I am? Do you know how Acropolis City's Hao family was annihilated? Because Hao Yun thought like you, the Hao family is now non-existent. Stunning, despotic, powerful, fierce. Qin Feng's words made Huaming tremble from head to toe. He had just arrogantly mocked Qin Feng. He thought he had really killed him and contemptibly believed that Prince Wen made a mountain out of a molehill to have gathered so many forces against one Qin Feng. Now he understood, Qin Feng was indeed worth Prince Wen spending so much effort on. Qin Feng was a wolf in sheepskin. He used the preconceptions everyone had of him being an idler and useless trash to confuse his enemies. He never cared about the unfounded gossip and biting remarks, and they even became his secret weapon. He allowed his opponents to scorn and look down on him, while he was like a cheetah hiding in the dark weighing his enemies act like clowns. Then, at the most opportune moment, he would suddenly ambush them so the opponent is caught unprepared, amazing the world with his brilliant feat. Huaming instantly understood a lot of things. He now knew how much of a disparity there was between him and Qin Feng. He thought of the recently annihilated Hao family, he thought about Yuan Xiang and the Yu family, he thought about how Prince Wen didn't personally take action but constantly looked for powers to join forces with. Because Hao Yun thought like you, the Hao family disappeared. Until the end, Qin Feng's words resounded through Huaming's head. He knew that he was about to die and that the entire Hua family was about to be destroyed. He began to regret becoming Qin Feng's enemy. This was a man like the devil. Though he's just a person, he has the power to destroy an entire family. Qin Feng. Bring it on. Since he was going to die, Huaming suddenly went crazy. He suddenly crawled up from the ground, pulled out a pie-black handgun, and began to fire wildly. Qin Feng's face turned cold, he immediately picked up the unconscious Bai Qing from the ground and hit her behind a cement pillar. When he stuck his head out again, Hua Ming was already gone. He didn't chase after Hua Ming. If not to protect Bai Qing from accidentally getting hit by the bullets at first, Qin Feng would have killed Hua Ming long ago. At the moment, he continued to worry about whether or not the poison in Bai Qing's body had been completely cleansed out. He worried that Bai Qing's life was in danger, so he gave up on chasing Hua Ming. Qin Feng held Bai Qing tightly and ran back into the room downstairs. He placed Bai Qing on his bed. His palm fell on Bai Qing's back and gusts of ice-cold qi flowed into her body. Earlier, the instant he swallowed the poisoned wine on the balcony, he actually realized a lot of things. The system's quest to dissolve Bai Qing's hatred toward the host was successfully completed and Qin Feng was awarded 500 hedonist points. He had long realized that Bai Qing was too forward tonight and was a little strange. Thus, he guessed that the wine was poisoned. Little Pig reminded Qin Feng that internal qi could be used to expel the poison. Thus, Qin Feng went along with Bai Qing's act to lure out Hua Ming, who was behind the scenes. After drinking the alcohol, Qin Feng quickly forced the poison out of his body and threw himself onto Bai Qing like he was taking advantage of her. In reality, he was using his internal qi to remove the poison from her body. He guessed right from the beginning that Hua Ming wouldn't only harm him, he was sure to kill Bai Qing to silence her as well. Qin Feng instantly understood and decided on this string of problems and complicated relationships. His conclusions really were not wrong. In the end, he lured Hua Ming out and even found out that the big boss behind him was someone called Prince Wen. This riddle seemed to slowly unravel, the hidden criminal was about to float to the surface. Qin Feng was kind of looking forward to it. Bai Qing suddenly awoke with a delicate groan. Qing, you're finally awake. Qin Feng immediately stopped transmitting qi to her. He hugged Bai Qing and looked at his woman tenderly. Since Bai Qing saw Qin Feng and saw that he was alive, she thought she was dreaming. Qin Feng, why am I dreaming of you? I hate you, I killed you with my own hands. Are you coming to my dream to take revenge on me? Qin Feng was not angered by Bai Qing's trap. Instead, he felt guilty. He knew why Bai Qing did this. As a woman who persevered 5 years for hate, a woman who was honed from a pure campus beauty to a mature career woman, Qin Feng couldn't begin to imagine what kind of pain Bai Qing experienced to acclimate to this noisy and fickle society. Qing, you're not dreaming. I'm not dead, and you aren't dead. Qin Feng helped Bai Qing smooth out her hair. Bai Qing's expression changed dramatically, and she finally became conscious. She jumped out of Qin Feng's embrace as if she had seen a ghost. Qin Feng, why aren't you dead? Didn't you drink that cup of wine? After speaking, Bai Qing's expression changed again. It changed, then changed again. In a couple of seconds, her emotions experienced quite a few dramatic changes. She was an intelligent woman, so she quickly figured out a lot of things. A good while later, Bai Qing's expression reverted to calmness. She smiled bitterly and shook her head as she said, "Haha, I'm such an idiot. The one that used me as a chess piece right from the beginning wanted to kill me as well. Both of the wine glasses were poisoned, so neither of us could escape. But how are the two of us still alive?" Bai Qing looked at Qin Feng with astonishment. Qin Feng looked tenderly at Bai Qing and smiled. Qing, you overdid your acting at night. You aren't such a forward woman, and according to what I know about you, you haven't gotten to the stage where you'd be willing to have relations with me. However, tonight you were so forward and unusual that I guessed you wanted to harm me. Qin Feng's voice was gentle. If someone else wanted to harm Qin Feng, he would certainly be like a devil and make them wish they were dead. However, when Bai Qing harmed him, he recounted the events as casually as if they related to someone else's story. Chapter 166. Chapter 166, Must Call Me Husband. Qin Feng extended his arms to pull Bai Qing into his embrace. Bai Qing didn't resist, she lay in Qin Feng's strong warm embrace and looked at Qin Feng with a perplexed expression. I wanted to kill you and you don't hate me. You didn't crazily take revenge on me or abuse me, and you even comforted and took care of me. This isn't typical young Master Qin behavior. If you were an enemy like Heartwarming, I would make you wish you were dead, but you aren't my enemy. Bai Qing, you're my woman. Qin Feng looked earnestly at Bai Qing and said word by word. Bai Qing's delicate body suddenly trembled and her mind instantly went blank. She looked at Qin Feng with doubt mixed with a sliver of happiness. She allowed the phrase, Bai Qing, you're my woman, to continuously echo through her mind. It's been 5 years. Bai Qing waited for this line for a full 5 years. The time had finally come and she was about to forget, she was Qin Feng's woman 5 years ago. Various conflicting emotions suddenly flooded her heart, and the emotions she stifled for 5 years came bursting out. Bai Qing felt burning hot all over, she turned red from her face to her chest. She forgot about her hatred towards Qin Feng and all of her unhappiness. She just wanted to go completely crazy for once and set free the bit of youth she had left. This time, Bai Qing took the initiative to throw herself at Qin Feng. She tore off her own clothes and tore off Qin Feng's clothes. She stuck her bright, smooth, and jade-like body tightly against Qin Feng's and bit his ear. An alluring voice passed through the warm air, Qin Feng, have me. Qin Feng looked at Bai Qing's impressive curvy figure, her charming and elegant face, and her misty eyes. He hugged Bai Qing firmly and yelled despotically. Bai Qing, tonight you're all mine. In every day and night in the future, you, Bai Qing, will belong completely to me, Qin Feng. There were blue water and skies, and a soft breeze, the early morning sunshine shone on the endless beach. The taste of happiness filled the air. Quite a few guests arrived at the beach long ago to admire the beautiful sun rising out of the ocean. A handsome man and a beautiful woman rode an old-style 28 bicycle and sped along the endless beach. The man rode the bicycle effortlessly, yet he sped along like a rocket. The woman's arms danced in the wind. She held a red silk scarf, let go of it, and the scarf flew willfully in the wind. It was like their youth, brash and headstrong, free and unconstrained, and once it left, it couldn't come back. Young Master Qin, can you go faster? Bai Qing smiled and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She hadn't been this happy in a really long time. After she completely put down the burden of her hatred, even the air became fresher. A light smile hung on Qin Feng's face. He patted Bai Qing's bouncy and raised behind, call me a husband. Don't tell me your husband wasn't fast enough last night. I originally could have gone faster, but you begged for mercy. You said you were going to die and you soon couldn't take it anymore, so I felt bad and didn't burst out and use all of my power. Qin Feng raised his head arrogantly when he spoke. A blush immediately spread over Bai Qing's fair and charming face. When the wild image of last night came to mind, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide in it. Young Ma, husband, I said to ride faster, Bai Qing said in a small voice. Then be prepared to scream wildly. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the bicycle began to speed up continuously like there was no limit or end, it kept going faster and faster. At this time, the bicycle's speed completely surpassed that of various race cars. It was Bai Qing's first time experiencing a bicycle going so quickly. She felt as though she and Qin Feng were going to fly soon. The ocean breeze became more reckless, and blew so strongly at Bai Qing that she almost couldn't breathe. However, she really enjoyed this exciting speed and the feeling of forgetting everything else. A sweet-sounding dolphin sound rang through the beach the whole early morning. When the two returned to the hotel, Bai Qing felt as though she was going to collapse with exhaustion. Last night, Qin Feng took her for a whole night, and this morning, she screamed with excitement for the whole morning. Thus, her strength was depleted. The two sat in the restaurant eating a luxurious breakfast. When looking at the scenery outside the window, this strange feeling made Bai Qing feel as though she were dreaming. Young Master Qin. Halfway through eating breakfast, Uncle Fu suddenly arrived beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression shifted and became slightly serious. He looked at Uncle Fu and said, "Uncle Fu, how is the Feng family now?" Qin Feng called over Uncle Fu specifically to take Bai Qing back. He wanted to go to Devil Beast Mountain in a bit to see the root of the spiritual qi. But danger lurked on every side of it, and Qin Feng didn't want to endanger Bai Qing. As for the matters regarding Feng Zhiming and Huaming, Qin Feng handed them over to Uncle Fu last night. Young Master Qin, last night Chairman Qin announced that he would suppress the Feng family's business development in Acropolis. A lot of big customers and companies working with the Feng family have already initiated rejections to them. Also, a couple of banks have begun to stop working with them and are urging the Feng family to repay the large debts they owe. Uncle Fu's expression was as calm as if he were talking about insignificant matters. Now the Feng company is in utter chaos and they're beginning massive layoffs. The outstanding employees have already been snared by the royal group. The Feng family is already completely spent and won't last another blow. After hearing Uncle Fu's account, Qin Feng's expression didn't change either. He looked like he was listening to matters unrelated to him. Bai Qing looked shocked and once again deeply experienced the true power of the Qin family. And Huaming. The Feng family was already down and out, so Qin Feng didn't spend any more time caring about them. He swayed the topic onto Huaming. Huaming returned to the Hua residence last night. According to the news from Sky City, the Hua family is already strengthening its defenses and displayed all of its forces to guard against an attack from the Qin family. As one of the 5 prominent families of Sky City, their strength is quite solid. Plus, their location in Sky City is unfavorable to us. If we fought with the Hua family, it would be a tough battle, and would be disadvantageous to the Qin family's current situation. Uncle Fu always talked about matters from the most objective angle. He would not intentionally stray from the truth to kiss Qin Feng's ass. Qin Feng nodded after hearing this. He was silent for a while and then said, "Uncle Fu, you and Father don't need to worry about the Hua family, I'll take care of it myself. Right now, bring Qing home." After speaking, Qin Feng looked passionately at Bai Qing. Qing, go back with Uncle Fu first, I still have some important matters to attend to. After I've finished, I'll look for you once I get back. Uncle Fu brought Bai Qing away from the mountain resort. Qin Feng sat before the French windows and waited the commercial Benz disappear out of his sight before he walked out of the resort hotel. It was already past 11 in the morning. There were more and more people that went to play on the beach, and quite a few people appeared in the water to ride boats and surf. Qin Feng rented a boat, specifically prepared 3 tanks of fuel, and headed towards Devil Beast Mountain. Because a lot of people were playing on boats on the ocean, the sudden appearance of Qin Feng's boat didn't elicit any attention from other people. He first circled the water once aimlessly, and when no one was looking, he quickly headed towards deeper waters. Chapter 167. Chapter 167, The Beast and the Fairy. This time, Qin Feng didn't feel Black Turtle's presence in the deeper waters. It seemed that this brat went to even deeper waters of the ocean. Yesterday, he saw Black Turtle's ability, so he wasn't worried. He believed that with the cooperation of the sea turtle and the many-banded krite, they wouldn't be afraid even if they met a shark, unless they met over 10 sharks that surrounded and attacked him, then Black Turtle's life might be in danger. But Black Turtle isn't that foolish. If it saw that it couldn't win, wouldn't it run away? Qin Feng experienced sea turtle's swimming speed, and if it needed to run away, that brat was like a little submarine. Qin Feng brought an adequate amount of fuel, so he only cared about driving the boat at its maximum speed. He weighed the distant and remote Devil Beast Mountain come closer and closer until it was within reach. He stopped the boat by the shore, secured it with a rope, and stepped onto this personless island. Devil Beast Mountain was an island with a lush forest and no people, but wild beasts ran rampant. Every time night came around, the howling of wild beasts drifted out of the eerie small island. By the time Qin Feng arrived at Devil Beast Mountain, it was already noon. At the blue-skied and blue-watered mountain resort, this was the time when the scorching sun beat down on one's head. However, Qin Feng had just arrived into the dense forest, so he only felt the cold forest air. The dense and towering leaves and branches blocked most of the burning sun, so only specks of light shined in. Qin Feng thought to himself that this was an absolutely superb place to shoot a horror movie. He took small and fragmented steps through the forest while conversing with Little Pig. Since Little Pig is considered a battle pet, he was extremely familiar with spiritual qi, and he was a guide that was very good at finding spiritual qi. Under Little Pig's direction, Qin Feng walked further and further. He already arrived at the middle of the outer layer of Devil Beast Mountain. There was a chill all around, and it became colder and colder. One could even see unmelted snow on some branches. "Master, the spirit plant is just nearby," Little Pig suddenly reminded him. Qin Feng halted in his steps and began to examine the area around him. At this point, Qin Feng was a genius martial cultivator adept in both internal and external skills. He already cultivated up to stage 1 of the internal techniques. He couldn't detect spiritual qi too far away, but he could detect spiritual qi exuded nearby. Now, he didn't need Little Pig's pointers. Qin Feng could also feel a dense spiritual qi exuding not too far away to the left. He shifted his gaze to the area with spiritual qi and quickly discovered a flower redder than a rose. However, Qin Feng had never seen a flower of its shape. It was the shape of a morning glory and as large as a grown man's palm when in full bloom. "Little Pig, is it this spirit plant?" Qin Feng already stepped quickly up to the plant. He squatted and examined it closely. Examining it closely, the spiritual qi coming out of the plant was extremely thick. Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out to uproot it. "Master, you can't pick it." Little Pig immediately stopped him and said quickly, "This is a red spirit elixir plant. It blooms once every 10 years, and it usually grows where the forest is dense. It absorbs the light spiritual energy that the trees exude and gathers it into essence. It's a spirit plant that helps cultivate inner qi. But this type of spiritual plant is extremely fragile. Once it leaves the soil, it'll die instantly. The spiritual qi in its meridian and stamen will change and instantly leave the body and pass into the air. Then, it'll all become waste." After hearing Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng immediately stopped. He looked both afraid and admiring as he said, "Little Pig, I've discovered that you're truly an omniscient little pig." Little Pig's words suddenly resounded in Qin Feng. Before, he thought this lazy pig was Bull's asterisk ting, but after gradually interacting with him, he found that this pig really did know a lot of things. After getting praised by his master, Little Pig raised its soft pink head and scoffed, "I've told you that a long time ago, but you didn't believe me, master. As a battle pet and NPC of the system, I know about all items from the system. This red spirit elixir plant is sold in the system's pill cultivation realm. Even if I didn't know about it, I could also read it off the system's description." Qin Feng's mouth chewed. He felt that Little Pig himself wasn't that amazing in reality. He showed off but got all the information from the system. "Little Pig, then how can I get this red spirit elixir plant completely intact?" Master, as long as you don't ruin the original soil surrounding it, it won't die. You can just dig around the plant and pull it out with the soil surrounding it, Little Pig said. This time, Qin Feng understood. He felt the thick spiritual energy exuded from the red spirit elixir plant and anxiously but carefully dug around the plant. After digging a large hole, Qin Feng began to reach down to get the red spirit elixir plant. Roar, roar. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast passed from deep within the forest. The sound shook the surrounding forest into a swishing and fragmented wind. Qin Feng quickly stood and looked behind him with alarm to see an enormous wild boar chasing a young lady who was heading straight towards him. It was the first time in his life that he saw such an enormous wild boar. He even wondered if this boar was a mutant. It was as large as a baby elephant, its face was sinister, and it had incomparably sharp tusks that were over a meter long. The most frightening thing was this wild boar's eyes. It had 3 eyes in total. The third eye grew between the eyebrows like Erlangchen. The eyes were as large as copper bells and shot out eerie green light. Its 4 well-built legs were strong. While running, it was like an off-road car with maximum horsepower. It sped along while squealing, and its every step resulted in a slight tremor. Brother, hurry and run, it's a 3-eyed elephant boar. The lady running in front of the wild boar shouted. Her voice tinkled as clear as a spring, and hearing it made Qin Feng dazed. The woman had clearly fought a vicious battle with the wild boar and was in a difficult situation. The white cotton dress she wore was already torn to shreds and her hair was mussed by the wind as she ran for her life, but this all did nothing to affect this woman's beauty. She was like the moon maiden Chang'e if she were to step out of the moon. Though she was running for her life, she exuded an air of spiritual beauty. Her features were refined and shapely, her body was straight and tall, and her figure wasn't full and explosive, but gentle, beautiful, and harmonious. In particular, the long torn dress she wore revealed a bit of soft white skin that was like fresh first snow. It was exquisitely fair and clear without a speck of dust. A fairy maiden running for her life. She was as beautiful as an angel and was filled with spiritual qi. This was Qin Feng's first impression of the woman. Then, he looked at the 3-eyed elephant boar not 50 meters behind her. He said with seriousness, Little Pig, why is your relative so ugly? You won't end up looking like him when you grow up, will you? Little Pig was so frustrated that he bared his teeth and waved his hooves. Master's relatives are going to grow up looking like that. I'm the cutest little pig in the universe. As they say, the personality that a pet grows up to have is dependent on how its owner is. Seeing how shameless Little Pig was, Qin Feng suddenly understood the truth in this saying. Brother, if you don't run now, it'll be too late. The quick-witted voice of the fairy maiden drifted over again. Qin Feng immediately ran out. He didn't run away, but ran towards the fairy maiden. Qin Feng just went up a mountain to find spirit plants and could encounter something great like saving a beauty. How could he sit on the sidelines and ignore such a great opportunity? Master, the 3-eyed elephant boar is incomparably strong. Its sharp tusks can pierce through incomparably hard objects. Your current ability is inadequate. Qin Feng already ran up to the 3-eyed elephant boar when Little Pig's languid voice drifted over. He didn't have the chance to run, he could only brace himself, leap upwards, and punch the 3-eyed elephant boat in the back. Roar! Chapter 168. Chapter 168, Breaking Through. Bang! At this time, the 3-eyed elephant boar ran into a large tree. Its 2 sharp tusks pierced into the thick tree trunk and the towering tree that was blocking the sunlight slowly fell down. Boom! The floor shook, but it was not as shaken as Qin Feng currently was. He found that this wild boar suddenly became much more powerful. If the boar hit his waist, chances were that he would be split in 2. Run! Run, brother! The little fairy maiden yelled again. Qin Feng hurriedly ran in her direction. He had just ran 2 steps when the system's cold voice resounded in his head. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest: save the flower fairy and defeat the 3-eyed elephant boar. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Successful completion reward, 500 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will be murdered by the 3-eyed elephant boar. Qin Feng, who was in the midst of running wildly for his life, stopped abruptly. He was no longer able to run away. Now, it was either him or the boar. If he didn't die, then the boar would. Brother, you can't beat the 3-eyed elephant boar. Qin Feng paid no mind to the flower fairy, and already took the initiative to rush towards the 3-eyed elephant boar. During the previous battle, he analyzed this boar's strengths and weaknesses. Its build was extremely large, it was much stronger than Qin Feng, and its skin was so thick that even if Qin Feng used 600 kilograms of strength, he would still have no way of really hurting this wild boar. But the boar's weakness was also its size, because it wasn't nimble enough. Qin Feng would think of a way to use his agility to defeat the wild boar. Whoosh! Once again, Qin Feng rose into the air with a light tap of his feet. His body was nimble and strong. With a leap, he arrived onto the 3-eyed elephant boar's back and began to pound at its neck with punches like rain. This wild boar's skin was thick indeed, it was as rough as tree bark. After tens of punches, Qin Feng's knuckles were skinned and filled with blood. Boom boom. After getting hit by Qin Feng's tens of fists, the boar went berserk. It stood in place and thrashed his head and tail with all its might in an attempt to fling Qin Feng off of him. The shaking was extremely strong. If Qin Feng didn't have a death grip on the 3-eyed elephant boar's 2 large ears, he would have been thrown off right from the get-go. However, Qin Feng didn't have the ability to attack the wild boar this way. Of course, he couldn't use his head to hit or his teeth to bite the wild boar. Flower fairy, hurry and beat this wild boar to death. Qin Feng called to the flower fairy who stood nearby. The flower fairy hesitated. Suddenly, her feet lightly tapped the ground and she rose into the air. Her long white dress danced in the wind, making her look like a fairy that had come down to the mortal world. The flower fairy arrived 5 meters away from the 3-eyed elephant boar and stopped. She suddenly cast colorful flowers out of her long sleeve. She bestowed life into the flowers and looked as though they were slowly and delicately drifting in the air. However, the instant they fell on the 3-eyed elephant boar's body, an enormous strength exploded out of them. The strength was phenomenal, and Qin Feng, who sat on the 3-eyed elephant boar's back, felt this strength firsthand. He felt the wild boar's entire body tremble after getting hit by the flowers, and the tremors were even stronger than the wild boar's thrashing. The flowers flew continuously out of the sleeves of the flower fairy's long dress and drifted in the wind like jolly dancers. But, no matter how different their paths were, they all landed accurately on the middle eye of the 3-eyed elephant boar. These flowers concealed a powerful inner strength. They hit the wild boar, making it increasingly irritated. But, her attacks were hidden, making one die under the scent of the fragrant flowers while caught unaware. Qin Feng weighed, entranced. Good thing this talented and valiant fairy maiden wasn't an enemy. Which man would have the heart to attack her? Ayo. The flurry of attacks caused a considerable amount of damage on the 3-eyed elephant boar, causing it to fall completely into a crazed state. Its eyes were previously a glowing moss green, but now became blood red. It suddenly rushed out towards the flower fairy, leapt 3 meters into the air, and slashed its sharp tusks through the air. The flower maiden had no time to dodge and was directly sent flying by the hit. Plop! She fell to the ground with blood spraying violently out of her mouth. The flower fairy held in her pain and looked at Qin Feng with a sliver of anxiousness. Brother, even if we joined hands, we still wouldn't be able to win against the three-eyed elephant boar. I can't hang on for much longer, hurry and run away. Qin Feng was enraged. He was thoroughly angered to see the three-eyed elephant boar ruthlessly strike the beautiful flower fairy into the air. He stepped on the three-eyed elephant boar's back and suddenly leapt up, concentrated all his strength into his legs, and violently stamped on the wild boar's back. Bang! This stamp produced an enormous explosion, yet the wild boar's body only swayed slightly and was completely unharmed. It continued to pounce at the flower fairy. Qin Feng leapt and stomped again. He kept on jumping up and down and unceasingly producing 600-kilogram stamps on the three-eyed elephant boar's back. However, the effect was not apparent. Not only did the wild boar not slow down, it even sped up. It was about to hit the flower fairy. Qin Feng immediately leapt off the three-eyed elephant boar, grabbed its tail, and used all his strength to tug backwards. In the end, he slowed the wild boar down, and even got the crazy wild boar to stop. The three-eyed elephant boar suddenly turned around to look ferociously at Qin Feng. This wild boar's tail was its sensitive spot, and Qin Feng tugged on it. Thus, it directly abandoned its attack on the flower fairy and crashed into Qin Feng instead. This attack was too fast for Qin Feng to dodge, and he was sent flying in the air with a projectile of bright red blood spraying out of his mouth. After falling, he felt as though his innards were jostled and shifted by the beast. He couldn't move at all and looked at the wild boar that was rushing towards him again. He was overcome with a fear of death that he had never felt before. "Master, hurry and eat the red spirit elixir plant beside you," Little Pig screamed. It was frightened by the dangerous situation they were in. Qin Feng turned his head to look. The red spirit elixir plant they had initially discovered was right beside him. He promptly extended his hand and uprooted the plant with its roots and soil surrounding it. He swallowed it completely, flowers, leaves, stalk, and all. A gust of fiery hot air suddenly surged through his body. The powerful qi flow passed willfully through his meridian, making Qin Feng feel as though his body was about to explode. He immediately jumped onto a large tree and avoided the wild boar's attack. At the same time, he diverted the qi flow of the powerful spiritual qi into his dantian. Boom! An explosion resounded in Qin Feng's body. It had the feeling of liberation yet some emptiness, but he already clearly felt that he had broken through stage 2 inner qi and external stage 3. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, you have completed the quest of breaking through to stage 3. The system awards you 1000 hedonist points. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, you have completed the quest of breaking through to stage 2 inner qi. The system awards you 500 hedonist points. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, rank up to stage 4 abilities. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 2000 hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will stay at stage 3 forever. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, rank up to stage 3 inner qi. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 1000 hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will stay at stage 2 inner qi forever. After the system's string of notifications, Qin Feng absorbed over half of the extra spiritual qi. He felt as though he was being reborn as a Jedi. He simultaneously broke through 2 stages of cultivation, allowing his ability to rise dramatically. Now he could punch with close to 800 kilograms of power. Also, he achieved 1.5x strength. If he released the weight of the flying dragon armor, he could reach 1.7x strength. In addition to the rank up in inner qi, it would be easy for him to reach 1.8x speed. Whoosh whoosh. Qin Feng suddenly shuttled through the forest. He was like an energetic apparition flitting amongst the trees. The whole time, the three-eyed elephant boar chased after Qin Feng. Wherever he ran, the wild boar followed. But the three-eyed elephant boar clearly couldn't keep up with Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly dropped down from a tree and moved like a flash of lightning. He was like a matador teasing and scuttling about before the wild boar. Ao ao. Time and time again, Qin Feng made the three-eyed elephant boar angry. At this time, it wanted to tear Qin Feng to shreds. It went faster, but it still couldn't see up to Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng slowed down. There was an enormous tree 5 meters ahead of him. He stood where he was and waited the three-eyed elephant boar pounce at him. When the wild boar's tusks came extremely close, he leapt up and landed behind it in the blink of an eye. Boom! The winter iron gloves flashed on his fists. Qin Feng bellowed, concentrated all of his strength into his right fist, and ruthlessly attacked the three-eyed elephant boars behind. Rumble! The sudden burst of close to 800 kilograms in strength was extremely stunning, and at this time, the three-eyed elephant boar was still racing forward at a flying speed, so Qin Feng borrowed this strength and made the scene even more striking. The 2-ton wild boar was sent flying, and its head crashed into the tree trunk of the enormous tree before it. Its sharp tusks pierced deeply into the trunk and black blood ran out of its enormous mouth. Moments later, the three-eyed elephant boar was no longer breathing. Its strong and stout carcass hung motionlessly 2 meters high on the tree trunk. Qin Feng let out a long breath and ran up beside the flower fairy at once. There was a large and long gash on the flower fairy's thigh where the three-eyed elephant boar's tusk pierced her. Her tender, snow-white skin was dyed completely red with blood, and even revealed some of the white bone beneath it. The scene was heartbreaking. The pain and severe blood loss caused the flower fairy to faint. She leaned quietly on a large tree with her thin, willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her face was deathly pale and her lips were chapped. She looked so weak that it looked like she would die at any second. After quickly examining the flower fairy's condition, Qin Feng immediately and slowly tore the part of her dress that was drenched in blood and stuck to her thigh to reveal the startling wound. He bought 2 bottles of elementary gold sore medicine and carefully began to apply it onto her wound. The gash was too long, it ran up into the inner part of her thigh. Qin Feng continued to tear the dress, and unconsciously tore up to the part between the flower fairy's thighs. Chapter 169. Chapter 169, Kissing for an Eternity. Fuck! Qin Feng suddenly yelped in shock when he saw the beautiful scenery under the flower fairy. He wasn't shocked because he saw underwear dyed red by blood, but was shocked to see that colorful petals blocked the bottom. Qin Feng had just been wondering in astonishment where the flower fairy got all of those petals, and now he understood. In order to confirm his guess, Qin Feng tore the top of the flower fairy's dress that covered her chest with a look of propriety to reveal a smooth, round, and delicate chest. Her chest was wrapped in colorful petals as well. This fairy-like woman used petals to cover her private parts. After discovering the flower fairy's secret, Qin Feng quickly calmed himself down and began to apply gold sore medicine on her terrifying wound. Little pig, this wound is so deep. Will the gold sore medicine help her heal completely? Will there be a scar? He lightly caressed the skin on the flower fairy's exquisitely smooth and soft thigh. Qin Feng couldn't bear for such perfect legs to be scarred. Nope. Little pig said, the three-eyed elephant boar's tusks don't have poison, so the wound won't get infected even after the gold sore medicine is applied. The wound just has to heal carefully and it'll be fine. But the flower fairy lost too much blood and the three-eyed elephant boar's attack threw the qi in her body into disorder, so it's not enough to just heal her skin and flesh. If this continues, she'll die soon, Little Pig added. Then how can I save her? Chin Feng instantly became agitated. He didn't only have a good opinion of the flower fairy, he also had a quest relating to her. The system's quest is to both save the flower fairy and defeat the three-eyed elephant boar. If the flower fairy died, then he'd fail the quest for certain. The flower fairy must organize the disordered qi in her body to preserve her life. But she's now unconscious and can't wake up on her own. She needs Master to wake her up. How can I wake up the flower fairy? Chin Feng asked. Little Pig suddenly smiled evilly. Master, I have to tell you something else. The red spirit elixir plant is the main ingredient in concocting the red elixir pill, and the red elixir pill is a great medicine used to upgrade the abilities of inner qi cultivators. If you eat this plant directly, the large amount of spiritual qi in it cannot be fully absorbed, so the qi falls into a raging state. If it breaks out, the user's body will explode and they will die. Death by bodily explosion. After hearing these words, Chin Feng wanted to squeeze Little Pig to death, and you still told me to swallow it whole. Little Piglet, did you want to rebel and murder your master? Little Pig said with disdain, Master, we were in a dire situation at first. If you didn't eat the red spirit elixir plant, would you be alive now? Plus, Master doesn't have that much of the explosive spiritual qi in your body, so you just need to release it. It just so happens that the flower fairy needs this spiritual qi to recover and awaken, so Master can give it to her. Other cultivators long to have extra spiritual qi in their bodies to break through. Chin Feng, on the other hand, encountered a situation where there was so much spiritual qi that it was going to burst his body. Just thinking about it was intoxicating. Master, the spiritual qi in your body is stored in the blood in your veins. You can just have the flower fairy drink some of your blood, Little Pig mentioned. Seeing the flower fairy's increasingly pale face, Chin Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He cut a small gash on his wrist and fresh blood-carrying hot qi dripped down his arm, falling onto the flower fairy's lips. Slowly, the flower fairy opened her mouth and began to use her tongue to ingest Chin Feng's blood. She began to recover the strong qi in her body, and her face slowly became rosy. 10 minutes later, she once again became that lively and moving flower fairy. What are you doing? The flower fairy suddenly opened her black eyes that were as clear as mirrors. She looked at Chin Feng in shock. You fed me your blood. This blood has a large amount of spiritual qi. In an instant, the flower fairy understood. She was expressionless the whole time, but her face was now filled with shock and doubt. Why did you do that? Do you not need to cultivate anymore? The flower fairy asked a good number of questions at once, and Chin Feng didn't know which to answer. His gaze fell on the flower fairy's bright red lips that were filled with his blood. Chin Feng couldn't help but want to lick them. Ding! Congratulations host Chin Feng for completing the quest of saving the flower fairy and killing the three-eyed elephant boar. The system awards you 500 hedonist points, the system announcement resounded. Are you alright? Chin Feng asked while looking at the flower fairy. The flower fairy looked at Chin Feng with gratitude. My life is no longer in danger. Thank you for saving me. Those are all small matters, you don't have to worry about it, beautiful. Chin Feng grandly waved his hand. Then, he looked seriously at the flower fairy. I actually have to continue cultivating. If your body is okay, then the blood on your lips. I have to take it back. The flower fairy was extremely moved that Chin Feng was able to release the spiritual qi in his body to save her life, so she did not put up her guard against him. She said pleasantly, Of course. But, how are you going to take back the blood on my lips? This question stumped the flower fairy, but it was not a problem to Chin Feng because he was already in the process of using his actions to show the flower fairy his method. A pair of strong arms suddenly pulled the flower fairy into its embrace. The flower fairy's flowery face paled in shock, but she didn't resist because she then felt Qin Fang's lips press tightly onto her own. She was so shocked that she forgot to breathe or struggle. This was the flower fairy's first time interacting with a man so intimately. A soft, moist, and smooth tongue swam crazily over her lips. Gusts of a manly smell wafted into her nose, causing her body to weaken. She couldn't use any of her strength. Her head was swept with dizziness. She slowly and unconsciously opened her mouth to allow the greedy tongue in. It wildly devoured her tongue, teeth, and everything else. They were embracing each other tightly and got carried away with their kiss. The surroundings seemed to fall silent and time seemed to pause. In the beginning, Qin Feng was the only one initiating the attack. Then, the flower fairy slowly reciprocated and the kiss then became frantic and demanding. This kiss seemed to last until the end of the world, until the seas dried up and the rocks disintegrated. "Beast, let go of my Shirmei." The voice of an angry male drifted over. With a wintry flash, an impressive-looking man wearing a long white robe slammed his palm onto Qin Fang's back. Qin Feng was in the middle of enjoying the flower fairy's fragrance and didn't get a chance to react when the palm fell upon him. Pop! This palm concealed a strength that was even more powerful than the three-eyed elephant bore when it sent him flying earlier. Qin Feng was sent flying and spat out 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. After falling to the ground, he couldn't breathe. Chapter 170. Chapter 170, After parting now, who knows whether we can meet again. Brother, brother. The flower fairy instantly came to her senses. She revealed a startled expression, ran with light steps, and arrived beside Qin Feng in an instant. She hugged Qin Feng, lifted him up, and rested him in her embrace. She was so shocked that her eyes were a bit moist. She said gently, "Brother, are you all right? Little Shirmei, what are you doing? How could you hug a man so casually?" The white-robed man also arrived in front of the flower fairy in a flash. He glared at Qin Feng with a gaze thick with murderous intent. "This beast dared to violate you at first. Get out of the way, I'll stab this beast to death with my blade." As he spoke, the man pulled out a long sword from the sleeve of his long robe. The sword's silver glint stabbed towards Qin Feng. The flower fairy immediately held her arms open and blocked Qin Feng from him. She said anxiously, "Elder Shixiong, he's not a beast, he saved me at first." "Saved you? Did he need to hug you and force a kiss on you to save you?" Hua Lingfei's lungs were about to explode in anger. He came down the mountain with his Shirmei to find spirit plants, but they were separated at Devil Beast Mountain. Shirmei was the most outstanding and talented young girl in the sect, and he formed a publicly recognized pair with her. However, Shirmei was devoted to studying and cultivating, and did not care about emotions. Hua Lingfei coveted her beauty for 3 long years, but never even touched her hand. Just now, he saw Qin Feng hugging Shirmei and they were kissing wildly. Then, he also saw Shirmei's ripped clothing. Hua Lingfei wanted to chop Qin Feng to pieces. "Elder Shixiong, after we got separated, I was chased by a 3-eyed elephant boar and this brother fought it with me." The flower fairy briefly summarized the prior events and then stopped caring about Hua Lingfei. She looked at Qin Feng with worry. She suddenly bit her tongue, and drops of fresh blood oozed out of the corner of her mouth. She looked anxiously at Qin Feng and said, "Brother, you cut your vein and released blood to save me, so now I'll bite my tongue and return the favor. That way, we're even." The flower fairy's voice was like a trickling spring that drifted over melodiously from afar. This time, she took the initiative to lean in and press her lips tightly onto Qin Feng's. Qin Feng really did almost lose his life from Hua Lingfei's palm. This time, he lapped wildly at the flower fairy's lips. After the two kissed passionately for a second time, Qin Feng absorbed the spiritual qi in the flower fairy's blood and felt much better. Hua Lingfei's hit was extremely powerful. He and the flower fairy were both extremely impressive inner qi cultivators, and they were on par with the yin-yang elders. The current Qin Feng wasn't Hua Lingfei's opponent. Hua Lingfei was ignored and treated like air. He was so angry that his eyes were filled with red veins. That little Shirmei that was as pure as jade and buried her emotions and desires actually initiated a kiss with a male stranger. Hua Lingfei could not accept this reality. He already killed Qin Feng with his eyes a couple hundred times, but with little Shirmei there, he couldn't actually kill him. Elder Shixiong, let's go. When the flower fairy saw that Qin Feng's life was no longer in danger, she stood and was about to leave with her senior. Wait! Qin Feng hurriedly called out to the flower fairy and ran up to her. Hua Lingfei turned his body to block Qin Feng. He glared at Qin Feng with murderous intent and shouted, "Stinking brat, if my Shirmei didn't block me, you'd be a dead man right now. Hurry and shove off. Elder Shixiong, don't be like this." The flower fairy went around Hua Lingfei and arrived in front of Qin Feng. She already reinstated her usual calm demeanor. She looked at Qin Feng indifferently like she was looking at a stranger. Her voice was as calm as water. "Brother, was there something else?" Qin Feng immediately removed his jacket and draped it on the flower fairy's body. "Your clothes are ruined, wear my coat while going back." "Thank you." The flower fairy didn't stop Qin Feng's good intentions. Her clothes really were completely tattered. She would be able to cover some of the scenery that was currently revealed with Qin Feng's long coat draped on her body. "I'm called Qin Feng." Qin Feng extended his hand. Hua Xianyu hesitated, shook Qin Feng's hand for a quick second and then let go. She didn't spare Qin Feng another glance. She returned beside Hua Lingfei, and said indifferently, "Let's go, Elder Shixiong." Hua Xianyu took small quick steps like a fairy and walked in the front. Hua Lingfei followed behind her and didn't forget to turn his head to glare at Qin Feng. He already completely memorized Qin Feng's looks. If he had the opportunity to meet Qin Feng again, he would definitely kill him with his own hands. One was in front and the other was behind. Their steps looked slow-moving and casual, but they moved extremely quickly. With a couple of steps, they already disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. "Master, I feel other beasts nearby. We should also hurry and leave." Little Pig's reminder pulled Qin Feng out of his daze. He looked away from the place that Hua Xianyu left to and sighed internally. Who knew if he would be able to meet this woman that was as fragrant and moving as a flower again? Qin Feng saw how powerful the three-eyed elephant boar was, so he didn't dare stay too long on Devil Beast Mountain. The beasts here were too powerful. With his current strength, it clearly wasn't fitting for him to stay here. He had just completed 3 quests in succession, so Qin Feng now had a total of 2,200 hedonist points. After seeing Black Turtle's abilities, his eyes shined and he immediately opened up the fusion function to fuse an earth pet and an air pet. He'd put them in this dense forest and have them grow here so they'd know the paths to find spirit plants when he came to Devil Beast Mountain in the future. He looked through the earth creatures in the fusion function and chose the snow leopard and the green wolf mastiff. The snow leopard had the alertness of a cat and the leopard's fierceness and nimbleness. It's a nocturnal animal that was shrewd, perceptive, and agile, and can even leap off cliffs 3 to 4 meters high. A fully grown snow leopard can even hold its own against the attacks of several feral wolves. According to the system, the Tibetan Mastiff could be split into 3 types: Original Mastiff, Ghost Mastiff, and Green Wolf Mastiff. Even the first original Mastiff was an extremely fierce beast that was famous for being the king of dogs. As for the Ghost Mastiff, most of them were mixed breeds that were only made uncommon due to hype from businessmen. In reality, it was pretty common, and the title of the true king of the Tibetan Mastiffs among the three belongs to the Green Wolf. Of 10 dogs, there was one Mastiff, and of 10 Mastiffs, there was one green one. Thus, one could see why the Green Wolf was so rare. Qin Feng chose the snow leopard and the green wolf to fuse into a new creature in hopes that it would have the nimbleness and vigilance of the snow leopard as well as the fierceness and cruelty of the green wolf mastiff. Fuse. As Qin Feng gave the order, a large furnace appeared in his mind. The green wolf and snow leopard were thrown into the furnace, and it began to spin. Half a minute later, a newly fused creature slowly rose and entered the system's pet inventory. Qin Feng immediately opened his pet inventory to look at his newly fused battle pet. If something big really does happen, I'll ask for your help, Qin Huang said as he continued to smile. Of course, of course. Though we're in different cities in Yun province, we're all members of the Qin family in the provincial capital, and the same blood runs through our veins. We need to join hands and support one another. Qin Yi suddenly stood and looked at Qin Feng and Qin Huang with a smile. He was quiet for a moment, and then slowly began to speak. Tangu, eldest uncle, I know that a lot of things happened in the Qin manor recently, and it seems as if people are joining forces against you. Once I heard this, I specifically sent people to secretly investigate, and I found that Sky City's Hua family is a bit suspicious. Recently, they keep monitoring the Qin manor, and they're secretly contacting people in preparation of attacking the Qin manor together. My father has a spy in the inner part of the Hua family, and based on these dependable reports, after the Hua family unites with these people, they plan to create rumors and cause inner strife in the Qin family so we get suspicious of one another, clash, and kill each other. After saying this, Qin Yi suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Tangu, eldest uncle, isn't it funny? Our Qin family has been united the whole time and we coexist harmoniously. How could we be affected by some words from outsiders? Father was extremely angry when he found out about the Hua family's conduct. He's already used all of the power of Jincheng City's Qin family to suppress the Hua family. I trust that not long later, the Hua family will be wiped off the face of the planet. Tangu, eldest uncle, if you've discovered any other powers trying to mess with our Qin family, you must tell the younger generation. I'll get older brother and father, and we'll fight side by side. How could these little fish and shrimp trample our Qin family's prestige so easily? The more Qin Yi spoke, the more excitable he became. In the end, he snapped his sandalwood fan in two. Too bad he was Prince Wen. He knew everything about astronomy and geography, and had a good reputation among the people in Jincheng City, but he didn't practice martial arts. At this time, since he used too much strength, the wood violently pierced his palm and scarlet blood poured out. You're so careless. Butler Wang, hurry and bring over the medical kit. Qin Feng immediately rose and arrived beside Qin Yi. Butler Wang quickly ran over in a large sweat with the medical kit in tow. Qin Huang sat beside Qin Yi and personally dressed his wound for him. Ha, eldest uncle, you're like my dad, you take care of me so well. Qin Yi weighed Qin Huang dress his wound and suddenly said, I was too agitated at first, but I can't stand those lowly people that try to cause internal strife in our Qin family. I just hate them. Don't think too much about it. You're right, we're all Qin family members, how could there be disharmony in the family due to some words from outsiders? Our eyes are sharp, and time will reveal a man's heart. Qin Huang sighed as he spoke. These words carried a deep moral, and Qin Yi didn't continue the conversation. After the wound was dressed, he stood and prepared to take his leave. Tangu, eldest uncle, I was a nuisance for coming here today. I just got off the plane and came straight here to see you too, so I haven't even gone home yet. My father is probably awaiting my return, so I won't stay long. When I have time, I'll come visit. Okay, travel safely. Qin Huang glanced at Qin Feng. Fenger, send off year for me. After weighing Qin Feng and Qin Yi leave, he stood in a daze at the villa door thinking about who knew what. The father and son arrived in large study on the third floor one after the other. Qin Huang sat before the tea table and steeped tea while minding his own business. Qin Feng sat across from Qin Huang. When he saw that his father wasn't speaking, he retained his silence. Fenger, the Jincheng city's Yu family was annihilated 2 days ago. I'm sure you've heard. Qin Huang suddenly spoke, but he asked about the Yu family. Chapter 173. Chapter 173, I did indeed bring this. Qin Feng was sprawled on a table in the lobby of Royal Group's sales department. His hand was extended beneath the table and caressed Su Ruoro's soft, fair thighs. Su Ruoro had long formed an immunity against Qin Feng's actions and could nonchalantly focus on work. After completing the work at hand, Su Ruoro realized that Qin Feng was still rubbing her thigh. At this time, she glared unhappily at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, haven't you touched enough? You're about to rub until the skin on my thighs break. Qin Feng immediately went under the table and stuck his head up to Su Ruoro's thighs. He looked at her dazzling long thighs with seriousness and asked, Where is the skin breaking? Then, Su Ruoro felt a wet and slippery object swim energetically across her thighs. She jumped in shock. Qin Feng, you pervert. Qin Feng licked the lingering fragrance on the tip of his tongue and returned to his seat. He looked at Su Ruoro with propriety. Comrade Ruoro, please use words more accurately next time. How am I perverted? At most, I can be called shameless. Qin Feng rendered Su Ruoro speechless. She immediately pulled tissues out of her bag and wiped the lingering saliva off her thighs. She missed Qin Feng a bit when he wasn't at work yesterday, but right in the morning today, Qin Feng made her want to jump off a building. This is a company, not a food market. Why is there yelling? Qin Feng, come to my office. Wang Chao's cold and sinister voice suddenly came from behind Qin Feng. After speaking, he angrily walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. He found that lately, Qin Feng was increasingly defiant. If he didn't want to work, he didn't, and when he did come to work, he took liberties with the sales department's pure goddess. He clearly attached no importance to Group Leader Wang. Group Leader Wang, why are you looking for me? After entering Wang Chao's office, Qin Feng casually sat on the table, picked up the apple on it, and ate it with gusto. This display of impudence made Wang Chao so angry that he was about to spit blood. In the whole sales department, only Qin Feng had the guts to be so arrogant and undisciplined in front of him. Yesterday afternoon, he and Xiao Zhang planned out their plot against Qin Feng. They were going to have him deliver documents to Han Ying and hide a condom in the documents to frame Qin Feng. However, when Xiao Zhang went to call on Qin Feng left the building without even bothering to acknowledge him. Also, he hadn't returned to work until today. Wang Chao restrained the flame sealed within him for a day and a night, so once he saw Qin Feng come to work, he called him into his office. Qin Feng, where did you run off to yesterday? Why do you always leave without asking for vacation? Are you treating the company as if your family owns it? In order to be less conspicuous, Wang Chao pretended to talk about other things first. I asked for vacation from General Manager Li directly. Your position is too low, there's no point in telling you because you'd have to ask for instructions from General Manager Li anyway. Qin Feng nibbled the apple and spoke indifferently. You, Qin Feng's words made Wang Chao so angry he wanted to die. He breathed deeply several times and didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Feng. He pulled out a stack of documents and tossed them at Qin Feng. These are the monthly reports for the sales department. Deliver them to Assistant Han's office. Remember, these are very important documents, so don't dilly-dally and go deliver them now, Wang Chao said with seriousness. Assistant Han. This errand isn't bad. Qin Feng thought of Han Ying and happily took the documents and walked out of the office. A cold smile appeared on Wang Chao's face as he waved Qin Feng leave. Humph. Oh Qin Feng, this time I want you to die thoroughly. I'll return all of my prior humiliation back to you. Qin Feng didn't know about Wang Chao's evil intentions. He hugged the stack of documents up to the top floor. It would be weird if he didn't run the errand after finding out this was a delivery to Han Ying. After all, he could take some liberties before leaving. Due to the prior events in the cafeteria, Qin Feng's name was widespread in the royal group. The whole way up, everyone that saw him sized him up with different expressions, and there were even some people that exchanged whispered discussions about him behind his back. Qin Feng pretended he didn't see anything. At this time, he pushed open Han Ying's office door and walked in. Why didn't you knock before entering? Upon entering, Han Ying's powerful and icy voice drifted over. She currently had her head buried in work and didn't lift her head even when someone walked into her office. She was already beginning to have the manner of a swift, decisive, and domineering female chairman. Well, of course it was to see what Assistant Han was doing during work hours and if she was secretly weighing television, Qin Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Feng's familiar and vulgar voice, Han Ying's strong aura quickly dissipated. A charming smile arose on her cold, attractive face. She raised her head to look towards Qin Feng. You've been in the company for half a month and this is your first time coming to my office. Qin Feng smiled. He treated Han Ying's office like his own house, walked naturally up to her work desk, and sat on it. If any other male employee performed such an indecent move, Han Ying would have directly kicked them off. Yes. These are the monthly reports I was told to deliver from the sales department. Qin Feng tossed the stack of documents on the table. Why would you bring the sales department reports to me? Han Ying furrowed her long, shapely eyebrows slightly. Then, she curiously picked up the documents and perused them. She concentrated on her work and took it very seriously. Her entire body exuded a mesmerizing, mature woman aura. Her professional white shirt and black skirt fit her capable, experienced, and elegant manner perfectly. Qin Feng's gaze quickly fell on her towering chest. Han Ying didn't notice all this. She flipped and read through page upon page of the documents. As she flipped through them, a condom suddenly fell out, and it was in strikingly red packaging stating that it was Durex's newest, extremely thin, and explosively powerful model. Qin Feng and Han Ying both stopped. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the item and they both had different expressions. Time stopped and the atmosphere froze. Qin Feng. What is this for? A while longer, Han Ying extended her slender jade hands, held up the condom, and covertly glanced at it. Though she was already a mature woman, she was occupied with her family business and had high standards. Thus, she never had a boyfriend and naturally never used this thing. This was her first time seeing it up close, so a sense of curiosity arose within her. Here, before him, was the mesmerizing queen of the workplace wearing a uniform with black silk stockings and curled hair cascading over her shoulders. She held a condom in her jade hand and examined it without restraint right in front of him. Qin Feng's entire body went bad. Ying, I came to talk seriously about work. Why did you pull out a condom? Qin Feng asked with a look of propriety. Han Ying laughed charmingly. She pinched the condom, walked up to Qin Feng, and leaned her shoulder lightly in Qin Feng's arms. Her pair of mesmerizing red phoenix eyes weighed Qin Feng from a close distance. Her breath was like orchids. Young Master Qin, this fell out of the documents you brought over. You aren't trying to play dumb, are you? I've always heard that young Master Qin was uninhibited, hedonistic, dissolute and licentious. Today I see that these rumors were justifiable. What? You want to play raped by an angel too, the uniform fan. Let me see, you're currently a normal sales representative in Royal Group and I'm Chairman Qin's assistant. This is too large of a hierarchical disparity. How are you going to convince me to play with you? Han Ying really didn't think Qin Feng would bring something like this into her office. She knew Qin Feng was extremely perverted, but he had more opportunities to make a move in the Qin manner and yet he never did anything vulgar. Of course, that's disregarding the stocking and underwear thefts. Now, this brat suddenly expressed this kind of hint in Royal Group. Good thing Han Ying endured lots of battles so it was easy for her to calm down quickly. Otherwise, she would really be angered to death by Qin Feng. This. I did indeed bring this. Chapter 174. Chapter 174, Young People Nowadays. Qin Huang was stunned by the scene before him. He looked around him and thought he teleported to an alternate universe. Or did he open the door incorrectly? Qin Feng, what are you doing, you brat? A while later, a low, admonishing voice drifted over. Qin Feng trembled and abruptly came to his senses. He pushed Han Ying's body away, ran to Qin Huang's side, and even looked anxiously at Qin Huang. Chairman Qin, it's about time you came. If you didn't come, Assistant Han was going to inflict the unwritten rules on me. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and continued, I'm just a little sales representative delivering documents, and Assistant Han was in high spirits and insisted I stay for tea. I said I don't drink tea and juice is fine. Then. Assistant Han got mad. She said I heated up her body and I had to be responsible by taking her clothes off and blowing cool air at her. At the time, I thought this was a little fishy, but I thought about how Assistant Han is part of upper management, so she should be a good and upstanding person. As a result, I found that I was too young and naive. And you saw what happened next, Chairman Qin. Han Ying weighed Qin Feng's performance with her mouth agape. She found that she was unable to get in any words. She strode angrily up to Qin Feng and glared at him. Qin Feng, don't twist the truth, you were clearly the one that wanted to violate me. Startled, Qin Feng hid behind Qin Huang. He pointed at the condom Han Ying still held in her hand and said, Chairman Qin, look. This is the instrument of her crime. Here we have a complete testimony and material evidence. What do you have to say about yourself, Assistant Han? I'm the lowest-leveled employee in Royal Group, so I'm negligible compared to you high-leveled leaders. I do whatever you tell me to, and I never refuse or complain, but this is more than I can bear. As a man of indomitable spirit, I don't need this job. I can be suppressed and retaliated against, but I absolutely won't sell my body or my soul. Go on, fire me now. I'll throw away this job and take back my self-respect. I'll have no complaints or regrets. Qin Huang and Han Ying were stunned. They weighed in astonishment as Qin Feng excitably performed his one-man show. A while later, Han Ying came back to her senses. Uncle Qin, why don't you have Qin Feng learn speech-making or broadcasting and television hosting? I'm serious. Ahem. Qin Huang also came to his senses and awkwardly coughed twice. He glared viciously at Qin Feng. Shut up, you brat, go sit to that side. After speaking, he looked apologetically at Han Ying and said awkwardly, Ying, put that thing away. It would be bad if other employees saw it. If necessary, you and Qin Feng can continue at night at the villa, I won't mind. Young people nowadays, sheesh. Qin Huang sighed and shook his head as he left the office. Han Ying's fair face was so red that water was about to leak out of it. She glared ruthlessly at Qin Feng and tossed the condom into the trash. Qin Feng, don't leave, I still have things to ask you. When Qin Feng saw that his father left, he also began to slip away. Han Ying got to the door first and shut it. She leaned her back onto it and looked coldly at Qin Feng. You must have heard about the Yu family in Jincheng City. I did. Once this matter was mentioned, Qin Feng became serious. Why? Icy air exuded from Han Ying's entire body, and she looked severely at Qin Feng like she wanted to look into his mind. What do you mean by why? Qin Feng said while casually screwing his head. Qin Feng, you can fool other people, but you can't fool me. Because I'm from Jincheng City and our Han family is really powerful there, I naturally sent people to look into it. I found all of the video recordings of you annihilating the Yu family. After mentioning this truth, a sliver of shock flowed through Han Ying's gaze. She found that she never actually understood Qin Feng. This hedonistic wastrel of a young master was nothing like what was stated in the rumors. Of course, besides the fact that he was really perverted, all the rest was inaccurate gossip. Qin Feng's undisciplined expression finally changed. He didn't wait for Han Ying to react and rushed up to her quickly and abruptly. He extended a hand and wrapped it around Han Ying's beautiful, snow-white, and jade-like neck. He stared at her ruthlessly and growled lowly, "Where are the recordings? Has anyone else seen them?" Qin Feng changed when he wanted to, and changed as quickly as a flash of lightning. Han Ying had just come back to her senses when she felt her throat hurting so much that she couldn't make a sound. She looked at the current Qin Feng with a bit of terror. This was the first time Han Ying saw Qin Feng angry, and it was as frightening as the devil in hell. There was a cold, murderous air all around, and Han Ying felt as though Qin Feng would strangle her to death at any moment. Qin Feng. I'll let go. Han Ying pushed out a large breath, and spoke hoarsely. Qin Feng loosened his grip and his emotions stabilized a bit, but he still weighed Han Ying with coldness. He said, "I'm sorry, I was too agitated at first. This relates to a Qin family calamity. I hope you can understand and give me the recordings." The recordings were extremely important to Qin Feng. He killed a lot of people that night, and if it fell into the hands of the police, even the capital's Qin family wouldn't be able to save him. Han Ying had already seen the contents of the recordings, so she naturally knew how important it was to Qin Feng. She thoroughly eliminated the video recordings long ago, and no one else had seen it. She was originally going to ask why Qin Feng annihilated the entire Yu family, but who would have known that he would get so violent? 5 bright red finger marks lingered on Han Ying's neck, and it still ached uncomfortably. Though both of them had their own intentions, they clearly knew that neither were treating the other person honestly. But, in any case, they coexisted under one roof and worked in the same company, so they were considered kind of good friends. Could Qin Feng instantly develop intents to kill a good friend? Han Ying shook her head and said with low spirits, "Qin Feng, I've already completely eliminated the recordings, and no one other than me has seen them. If you don't believe me, you can make your move right now." Qin Feng's heart trembled slightly. He looked at Han Ying and the striking red finger marks on her originally fair and delicate neck. He suddenly wrapped Han Ying in his embrace. "I owe you one this time. The next time you encounter any trouble, just come look for me." Han Ying quietly lay in Qin Feng's embrace and didn't resist. She felt a bit wronged and wanted someone to comfort her. She smelled Qin Feng's familiar scent, lowered her head, and her emotions were slowly stabilized. Chapter 175. Chapter 175, Training Under Intensified Circumstances. Qin Feng, can you tell me why? Han Ying quickly re-established a calm demeanor and pushed Qin Feng away lightly. She looked at him and asked, "Why did you rush into the Yu residence on your own and annihilate the entire family?" "Because of Lin Bei Bei." Qin Feng had nothing to hide in front of Han Ying anymore. Han Ying thought for a bit. Lin Bei Bei was that college student that lived in the royal clubhouse. She had just calmed down when her emotions became turbulent once again. It was because of a woman. And you killed off the Yu family without caring whether you lived or died. Han Ying felt as though her brain did not have enough space to process everything. She knew Qin Feng was a dissolute and hedonistic young master, and he only played with women without involving his true emotions. Also, he swiped them out after playing with them just once. Now, Qin Feng did something so crazy for just one woman. Was this still the young master Qin that everyone was familiar with? It's because Lin Bei Bei isn't only a woman, she's my woman. I've promised that if anyone dares to touch my women, I'll kill them without mercy. The current Qin Feng was calm and domineering. Just by sitting there quietly, a golden light shot out of his whole body. Han Ying's heart thumped abruptly, and she felt a surge of jealousy and yearning. She was jealous of this woman Lin Bei Bei who could make Qin Feng single-handedly murder the Yu family for her. She wanted to become Qin Feng's woman so she wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. "I know, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this." Han Ying was currently filled with hundreds of conflicting emotions. "Then I'll go back first." Qin Feng stood, walked to the door, stopped, and turned to look at Han Ying with a smile. "That's right, Ying. Next time don't make appointments with me in the office. If needed, we'll see each other when we get home." Qin Feng, Han Ying was so angry that she stomped her foot. Qin Feng already vanished like smoke, and not even his shadow lingered. He returned to the lobby of the sales department and had just put his behind down when he heard Wang Chao's shady voice, "Qin Feng, come to my office." He followed behind Wang Chao and the two walked into the office in succession. Wang Chao shut the door and looked at Qin Feng, who was seated on the table, with an odd expression. His gaze flashed with cold resentfulness. Ever since he sent Qin Feng to deliver the documents, Wang Chao kept his eyes pinned to the sales department lobby. He thought that the next time he'd see Qin Feng would be so battered that his nose would be bloody and his face would be swollen beyond recognition. However, he saw Qin Feng return with a spring glow filling his face, so his stomach was filled with fire. "Did you take the documents to Assistant Han?" Wang Chao looked towards Qin Feng with a cold smile. "I did." After seeing how much Wang Chao cared about the documents, Qin Feng was even more certain that this brat shoved the condom into them in hopes of framing him. "You did? How is that possible?" Wang Chao lost his cool and shouted aloud. He sized up Qin Feng with a strange eeriness. "You're certain you delivered them?" "I really did." Qin Feng had a nonchalant expression and said, "If you don't believe me, I'll call Assistant Han Hour and you can ask her yourself." "Hick. That won't be necessary." It didn't look like Qin Feng was lying, so Wang Chao was even more baffled. "Group Leader Wang, you seem to care a lot about the documents. Don't tell me there's something wrong with the reports. You can't frame me." Qin Feng looked at Wang Chao with nervousness. Wang Chao coughed twice. "What bullshit are you saying? I checked the reports myself, how could there be any problems?" Wang Chao looked like a cat whose tail got stepped on, and he hurriedly explained himself. He thought for a bit, then suddenly hinted, "Qin Feng, didn't Assistant Han look at the documents?" "She did." She looked at them earnestly and flipped through every page. Then nothing happened. Wang Chao's heart was in his throat. He felt that the development of events were out of the ordinary. Ha! Qin Feng suddenly burst into cold laughter. Or are you going to set some traps in my room so when I encounter danger I can react quickly? This young girl had dreams of becoming a beautiful female warrior, and her large vibrant eyes glowed with excitement. Qin Feng's expression fell and he shook his head. It's to simulate situations like when a pervert touches your behind on public transportation, when you're walking at night and a hoodlum suddenly rushes out to violate you, when a superior at work mentions the unwritten rules, in the late night when you're sleeping and someone sneaks into your room and climbs into your bed, the time you go on a first date, the stranger drugs your water to make you excited and ties you up, when a bad guy kidnaps your family members or friends and threatens you to take the initiative to cater to him. Qin Feng mentioned all the fantasies he had towards Su Ruoro in one breath. Su Ruoro stared at Qin Feng stupidly for a good while and then asked weakly, Qin Feng, I don't want to participate in these intensified trainings. Is that all right? No. There was no room for doubt in the answer. Su Ruoro felt wronged, and her eyes turned red. She stood up and out of Qin Feng's embrace. She felt as though she was being pressed strongly by someone, but she had no strength or abilities. She knew that if someone bad wanted to do something to her in the middle of the night, she could only wait for that moment to come without having the ability to resist. Yesterday, ever since Qin Feng left the mountain resort and returned to the Qin manor, he never went out. Thus, he chose to use his lunchtime to see Lin Bei Bei and Bai Qing. A couple of days ago in the First People's Hospital, it was Lin Bei Bei taking care of her mother's food and rest like a good child. Now, the situation changed and Mother Lin took care of the unconscious Lin Bei Bei. Qin Feng, you're here. When Mother Lin saw Qin Feng come in, she forced a slight smile onto her face. Most of Mother Lin's hair turned white because of Lin Bei Bei's situation. Auntie Lin, has Bei Bei been all right recently? Qin Feng greeted Mother Lin and then sat on the edge of the bed. Lin Bei Bei continued to lie silently in the sunlight. Her lovely face was fair and delicate. She was just as stunning ever even when ill. She still can't wake up. Mother Lin gave a long sigh and tears already began to gather at the rims of her eyes. The doctor said to talk to her often and take her outside to get some sun and see the scenery. He said not to treat her like an unconscious human vegetable and to treat her like a normal person instead. That way, her condition might turn around and she might completely wake up. Chapter 176. Chapter 176, Why didn't you wait a bit longer? Auntie Lin, you don't have to worry, Bei Bei is so kind and good that the Heavenly Father will protect her. Qin Feng comforted Mother Lin and said, in the future, whenever I have time, I'll come visit Bei Bei and talk to her about our marvelous college memories. I believe that Bei Bei will be better soon and that Auntie can quickly hear Bei Bei call you Mom. Qin Feng had a better idea of Bei Bei's condition. As long as he broke through to stage 4 inner qi and cultivated a blood qi pill, she would slowly awaken. However, Qin Feng couldn't tell Mother Lin this, he could only do his best to comfort her with words. Qin Feng, you're such a good person, you aren't that hedonistic young master others claim you are. Before Bei Bei got hurt, I felt out of my mind. I saw that this little girl fell in love, and I didn't think that an ordinary or even poor girl like her would have the courage to like the rich young master of the richest family in Acropolis City. Qin Feng, Bei Bei really loves you. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have come to this stage. If you really like our Bei Bei, cherish her well. She's a pitiful child. As Mother Lin said this, she burst into tears, stood, and ran out of the room. She left the room to Qin Feng and Lin Bei Bei. Qin Feng sat on the side of the bed and helped Lin Bei Bei straighten the mussed hair on her forehead. He took her small and soft hand, and said lightly, Bei, I know you can hear me. Don't worry, I'll help you get better very soon, believe me. Once I heal you, I'll take you to the Qin Manor. In the future, I'll have someone take you to and from school. I want to give you the best living conditions, let you dress and eat without worry, and allow you to become a cute and kind little princess. I know you don't care about these material things, but I want you to have a better life. I want you to live every day with happiness. Bei, there's something I've wanted to tell you long ago, but I've delayed it until now. Would you be my woman? For a lifetime. Qin Feng was rarely this attentive and earnest. If those rich young masters of Acropolis City's upper class saw this, they would have thought he took the wrong medicine. He gazed deeply at Lin Bei's face. He wanted to engrave Lin Bei's large eyes, tall nose, cherry mouth, face shape, eyebrows, teeth, pores, every little hair, and every strand of her fine, black, and beautiful hair into his memory. This is his woman. Qin Feng wanted to melt her into his embrace and give his everything to her. Qin Feng loved her. At this moment, he experienced what was called love. He was a hedonistic young master. He was an idler that was unruly and dissolute. Everyone saw him as trash and treated him as a joke people would talk about in private. His name was widespread, but it was not a good name. But who cares? Once a hedonistic young master has love, he's like everyone else. After all, divine and pure love makes everyone the same. There was no money or power, and there definitely were no grades or ranks. There was only eternity, living together until their hair turned white, and living a simple life. Splatter! A glistening tear trickled down and fell on the back on Qin Feng's hand. Lin Bei was still unconscious. She couldn't speak or move, and didn't even nod or smile, but she was moved by Qin Feng and cried tears of happiness. She could hear Qin Feng's every word. She believed in Qin Feng. She believed Qin Feng could heal her. She longed for this moment. When Lin Bei regained consciousness again, she wanted to see Qin Feng right when she opened her eyes, dive into his embrace, hug him tightly, and say, "I agree. I agree to be your woman for life." Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for successfully completing the quest of making Lin Bei the host's girlfriend. He knew that for the system to complete the quest, Lin Bei heard his words for certain, and she agreed to be his woman. Qin Feng lowered his head and lightly kissed Lin Bei's forehead. He said to her with a water-like tenderness, "Bei, don't worry, I'll get you better soon. I'll let you wear beautiful clothes and let you run in the streets like a happy little bird." After leaving the First People's Hospital, Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Hotel. He ran into the lobby and looked around a couple of times, but he didn't see the lovely figure he longed to see. "Greetings, young Master Qin." A beautiful hostess saw Qin Feng and immediately greeted him. "Have you seen Bai Qin?" Qin Feng asked anxiously. "Young Master Qin, manager Bai left last night." "Left? What do you mean?" Qin Feng's heart clenched, and he was filled with apprehension. "She resigned. Last night she took her luggage and left the hotel." The beautiful hostess seemed to suddenly recall something, and she continued, "Manager Bai left a letter at the front desk when she left. I think she said it was for you, young Master Qin." Qin Feng rushed directly to the front desk and grabbed Bai Qing's letter. When he opened the letter, Bai Qing's fragrance floated out. There was a black piece of paper filled with delicate, pretty, and clean writing. "Qin Feng, after returning from the mountain resort, I thought for an entire afternoon. I have decided to leave you, leave Acropolis, and leave this place where I lived in torment for 5 years due to hatred. In the end, I still cannot convince myself to love you without reservation. Qin Feng, the day after you got me drunk and stole my purity, I opened my eyes to see an empty room and a bright red stain on the bed. I chose to kill myself to end these dirty and unerasable memories, but a cleaning attendant came into the room to clean and save me when they discovered me lying in a pool of blood. After receiving a second life, I chose to begin a life of revenge, and I crazily made my revenge against you. The funny thing is that after discovering you were the son of the richest man in Acropolis and I was a weak and gentle girl who had just graduated from high school, I did not know how to begin taking my revenge. Thus, I began to enter society and I continuously honed myself. In the end, I got into Royal Hotel. I could now interact with you, then harm you. When I weighed you drinking that cup of poisoned wine in the mountain resort, I thought I would be wildly free and happy. At that moment, I then realized I was very wrong. We can never be. You're still an uninhibited, dissolute, and hedonistic young master, and I still adhere to the concept of being loyal to one person until death. I have not gone home in 5 years, so I want to go back to see my parents and treat this as a vacation for my emotions. Don't look for me, let us have some quiet time. During that time, you will be clear about how important someone is in your heart. If only you hadn't ran away and left me all alone the morning after that night at the bar, if you stayed by my side, even if you just said one line in comfort and did not take responsibility, I would have been fine. Why did you leave? The letter was long, and Qin Feng read every word with extreme earnestness. Parts of the letter were crinkled. It was clearly due to the tears Bai Qing dropped while writing the letter. Qin Feng laughed bitterly. In the end, he raced over without researching Bai Qing's old home. His memory slowly became hazy and he returned to that morning 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Qin Feng was even younger and more vibrant. Besides having brought Zhao Ling Xian breakfast at school, this was his first time buying breakfast for any other woman. To make the breakfast more rich, Qin Feng ran to Acropolis' most famous breakfast shop. He bought 16 different meals, but when he rushed excitedly back to the hotel with his arms full, everything was over. The room was already checked out, and there was no one inside. It was a lower chance than winning the lottery to see a girl like her in the vast ocean of people, develop a relationship with her, and love her upon waking up. This hedonistic young master finally experienced his first love and the hazy happiness that came with it. His heart was filled with a sweetness, but this subtle emotion was like multicolored bubbles that burst upon a touch. Why didn't you wait for me a bit longer before leaving? This is what Qin Feng said to the empty room that year, and this is what he really wanted to say to Bai Qing now as he stood in the lobby of the Royal Hotel. Originally, he came to look for Bai Qing while filled with fervor. He wanted to revive and revisit memories with Bai Qing during lunchtime. However, Bai Qing returned to her old home. Qin Feng felt a bit depressed and returned directly to the Qin Manor in preparation of sleeping and forgetting all of these headaches. At Royal Group's employee dining area, Su Ruoro ate her meal alone for the second day. She wasn't quite used to not having Qin Feng with her. After lining up on her own and getting her food, she sat at an empty corner and ate her lunch listlessly. Suddenly, a tall and handsome man sat across from her. He looked at Su Ruoro with a smile. "How do you do, beauty? I'm the gold medal analyst in the finance department, Lin Shui." Su Ruoro had a bit of an impression of Lin Shui from the last time Qin Feng caused a ruckus in the lunchroom by kicking down the glass wall between the normal employees and upper management areas. This man stood out and confronted Qin Feng, so Su Ruoro did not have a good impression of him. However, Su Ruoro still couldn't pretend she didn't see Lin Shui. She didn't shake his extended hand, but she still nodded at him politely before lowering her head, eating, and minding her own business. Lin Shui's hand was suspended midair, and he clearly looked a bit awkward. He quickly retracted his hand, and a coldness passed over his eyes. His original target was Han Ying, but Han Ying was always domineering and fierce. She didn't talk to other employees unless it was about work, and she always expressed a coldness and distance towards male employees in particular. Lin Shuai couldn't obtain Han Ying at the moment, so he moved his battle. He had his eye on the pure jade beauty of the sales department Su Ruoro since he saw her at the lunchroom that day. After that, Su Ruoro's slender and young body floated through his mind from time to time. Chapter 177. Chapter 177, Lin Shuai's Bad Intentions. As the gold medal analyst of the finance department, it was understandable that Lin Shuai couldn't take Chairman Qin's assistant, but could he not even take a normal sales representative of the sales department? Beauty, suddenly sitting here isn't disrupting your meal, is it? Lin Shuai was a student of great ability that studied abroad in the United States. He didn't learn anything from America, but he learned techniques to pick up girls. These techniques could be summed up in a couple of phrases: pretend to be a gentleman, show status, act rich, and act like a hero. When faced with girls with different personalities, one must express different focal points. For a pure girl who had just graduated from college like Su Ruoro, he pretended to be a gentleman and emphasized his status. It just so happened that these two were Lin Shuai's forte, and he acted like he had already won in regards to taking Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro lightly shook her head and didn't speak to Lin Shuai. She continued to quietly eat the food in her bowl. Beauty, I still don't know your name. Lin Shuai already asked around and learned all about Su Ruoro, and he was pretending that he met her by chance. Su Ruoro. This name sounds lovely and refined, just like you. Lin Shuai smiled openly. He picked up a portion of steak from his tray and extended it to her. Ruoro, I see that you didn't get the steak, you can have my portion. The whole time, Ruoro was occupied with eating with her head lowered. She wanted to eat quickly and then leave, so she didn't notice Lin Shuai's movements. She saw a portion of steak suddenly drop into her bowl and only felt disgust. She didn't feel moved or any sort of warmth. I have stuff to do, so I'll be leaving first. Su Ruoro pouted her lips and stood up. She would not eat this rice any longer. She then turned to leave. As a veteran in courting girls, Lin Shuai rarely failed. At the moment, he couldn't even take care of a normal sales representative in the sales department. It was like a shadowless hand ruthlessly slapped him twice. His expression changed, and his expression reverted back to a smile as he blocked Su Ruoro. Ruoro, are you free tonight? I'll drive you to eat authentic German cuisine after work, and then we can go see a movie and go for a spin after. What do you think? A Western meal, movie, and going for a spin. Just thinking about such a beautiful image would make most women nod with excitement. However, Su Ruoro wasn't that kind of materialistic woman. Though she was weak, she was intelligent, and she could see through Lin Shuai and his intentions with one glance. I'm sorry, I have to hurry home and get work done tonight, so I don't have time. Su Ruoro found that Qin Feng's teachings had some effect. At least now her heart didn't beat as quickly now as it did when she first lied. That's fine. Then when the beautiful Ruoro has free time, you can come find me. Lin Shuai smiled and didn't continue to press her. Otherwise, that would produce an opposite effect. Lin Shuai's expression dropped more and more as he weighed Su Ruoro's elegant, graceful, and lovely figure walk further and further into the distance. He suddenly walked up to another table and sat beside a middle-aged man wearing glasses. This man was Wang Chao, and his current favorite ass-kisser Xiao Zhang sat across from him. Xiao Zhang was currently in the midst of wild ass-kissery. He made Wang Chao so happy that Wang Chao couldn't conceal his smile. Manager Lin. Once Lin Shuai suddenly sat, Wang Chao put away his smile and greeted Lin Shuai in an attempt to win his favor. Group leader Wang, how have you been? Lin Shuai smiled. Good, I'm doing very well. Normally, this Lin Shuai of the finance department would look down on a little group leader like Wang Chao. Now that he took the initiative to sit with him, Wang Chao asked with a bit of suspicion, "Manager Lin, how have you been lately?" "All right." Lin Shuai smiled openly. Then, his expression fell. "Hey, I've encountered a little road bump, and I'm afraid I need to ask for your help, Group Leader Wang." Wang Chao really couldn't think of what he'd be able to help Lin Shuai with, but he immediately said with all smiles, "Manager Lin is looking for my help because you don't look down on me. As long as it is something within my power, I definitely would not back down." Lin Shuai waved his hand and laughed. "Group Leader Wang is too serious. Actually, it's just a small matter to you. Please speak, Manager Lin." "If I can help, I certainly will," Wang Chao said with propriety. Lin Shuai didn't rush to say what the matter was. He glanced at Xiao Zhang, who was sitting across from them, and Wang Chao immediately understood. He said to Xiao Zhang, "If you're done eating, hurry back to work. It's almost the end of the month, and we have to quickly finish up the performance reports for the employees in the sales department." As an ass-kisser, Xiao Zhang's had very good awareness. Though he hadn't eaten 2 bites of his food, he immediately rose and smilingly took his leave. "Group Leader Wang is right, then I'll go work hard. I hope the two of you enjoy your meal." Only after seeing that Xiao Zhang walked very far away, Lin Shuai said lowly, "Group Leader Wang, that Su Ruo is an employee from your sales department, right?" Wang Chao's expression shifted slightly and he instantly understood Lin Shuai's meaning. It seemed that even people from the finance department had their sights on Su Ruo. They were clearly fighting with Wang Chao for a delicacy. Though he was a bit angry internally, due to Lin Shuai's status, he could only say with a jolly smile, "Manager Lin, Su Ruo is a part of our sales department, and she also reports to me." Lin Shuai's eyes brightened. It seemed that he found the right person. He immediately said, "Group Leader Wang, what is this Su Ruo situation in the sales department? I mean her living condition. Do you get what I mean?" "I understand, of course I understand." Wang Chao's face was filled with a vulgar smile. He said, "Manager Lin, Su Ruo has good inherent qualities, she keeps herself fresh and pure, and is not good at expressing herself. But..." After speaking up to that point, Wang Chao paused. Since Lin Shuai also wanted to hit on Su Ruo, Wang Chao didn't mind pitting this opponent against Qin Feng so they could fight to the death. "But what?" Lin Shuai asked anxiously. He liked Su Ruo more and more. After all, maybe this girl was a young bird. She was so beautiful and her body was so seductive, who wouldn't want to get on her? But Su Ruo is pretty close to that Qin Feng in the sales department. They seem to be a couple since they come to work together often and eat together at lunch. "Hey, that girl Su Ruo is so intelligent, obedient, and beautiful, I think she would make a good ma with you, Manager Lin. It would be a ma made in heaven between a talented man and a beautiful woman. Who knows what this girl is thinking for hanging out with someone with no future like Qin Feng. In her position, an even purer lotus would be tainted." While speaking, Wang Chao purposely peeked at Lin Shuai's expression to find a shade of cold hatred flash through his face. Wang Chao felt extremely good about himself. Lin Shuai fell quiet for an instant, then said calmly, "Group Leader Wang, to be honest, I've always treated you as a good friend, so there's no need to keep anything from you. I've taken a liking to Su Ruo, and like you said, how could we let a beast like Qin Feng pollute such a good lady like Ruo? I hope Group Leader Wang can help me win Ruo as soon as possible." Chapter 178. Chapter 178, The Wronged Su Ruo. Wang Chao's heart dropped. This Lin Shuai really did want to pick up Su Ruo. He continued with a face full of smiles and said, "That's right, that's right. Naturally I'd help Manager Lin with something as small as this, but how do you want me to help? Group Leader Wang, what do you think about this?" Lin Shuai smiled with confidence. "Beginning from today, just intentionally cause problems for Su Ruoro and give her more projects to make it more difficult for her. After a while, Su Ruoro definitely won't be able to take it. Then, covertly remind her that she has to form connections in the workplace. If she knew people in upper management in Royal Hotel, her days would certainly be easy and happy. The best would be to bring up me as a commendable candidate so Su Ruoro would feel that her life in Royal Group would be easy if she got on my good side. Then, after time passes, I believe that I won't need to look for her, and she'd deliver herself to my doorstep." Lin Shuai's idea was pretty good. After hearing it, Wang Chao even regretted not using this idea to pressure Su Ruoro and force her to submit. "Very well, Manager Lin. Your head is pretty good to be able to think of such a good idea." Wang Chao praised him insincerely. Lin Shuai laughed and felt good about himself. "Haha, then I'll be troubling you in the future, Group Leader Wang. If you're free this weekend, I'll treat you to some golf." Manager Lin is too polite. These small matters aren't worth mentioning. Wang Chao and Manager Lin chatted for the whole lunchtime, and they chatted in collusion very happily. Once Wang Chao stepped into his office, he used the office phone to call Su Ruoro into his office. "Group Leader Wang, you were looking for me." Su Ruoro arrived in Wang Chao's office. Ever since that time Wang Chao clearly expressed his vulgar conduct, Su Ruoro had kept her distance from him. Now, when standing in his office, she stood over a meter away from his desk. Wang Chao's face fell. He yelled at Su Ruoro, "Why are you standing so far away? Am I going to eat you? Stand closer so talking to you won't be such an effort." Su Ruoro felt wronged. She pouted her lips and walked closer. Wang Chao harshly threw a stack of sales reports on the desk, leaned on his chair, propped both legs on the work desk, and coldly sized up Su Ruoro. "Su Ruoro, what did you do this month? The month is almost over, and you haven't taken a single large project, all of them are small, sesame seed-sized projects. Do you not want to work anymore?" Wang Chao's sudden burst of anger made Su Ruoro jump in fright. She immediately waved her arms and said anxiously, "No, Group Leader Wang, that's not it. I began working in the middle of last month, and it's only been a little over a month now. I don't know that many customers, but I'm working hard to dig up some hidden clientele. I hope Group Leader Wang will give me some more time. Don't fire me for real." To tell the truth, it was extremely normal for a new employee like Su Ruoro not to have great results during the first month. At least Su Ruoro had some small projects. She was considered the newbie with the best performance, so it was clear that Wang Chao was looking to make things difficult. "Give you more time." Wang Chao harshly slapped the table and yelled fiercely, "You think the company is a charity? If I give you another day, that's another day's worth of pay. You think time isn't money? How could there be so much time for you to waste? The Royal Group is the most outstanding company from Acropolis City, it's even famous and celebrated in Yun Province. There are so many people lining up to work here. Do you think opportunities don't need money?" "Oh Su Ruoro, what do you want me to say? You're a girl who has just graduated from college, so you should focus on work. Don't go around partaking in some office romance all day. Do you think I'm blind? Royal Group forbids office romances, and once they're discovered, you'll be terminated immediately." Wang Chao's yelling got louder, scaring Su Ruoro into taking 2 steps back involuntarily. "Group Leader Wang, I am not dating." Su Ruoro lowered her head and spoke cautiously. "Bullshit." Wang Chao became even more agitated. "You hang around that Qin Feng all day. Just you wait, that brat's month was worse than yours. Until now, he hasn't even made a cent. At the end of the month, I think he's going to be fired. At that time, you can leave with him. Su-ro-ro became afraid. It wasn't easy for her to get into royal group using her education and abilities. She could not get fired, she relied on herself for a good number of years already, and if she lost her job, she wouldn't be able to feed herself. Group leader Wang, I am just friends with Qin Feng, we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. Su-ro-ro added quietly, and Qin Feng is actually pretty hardworking. I hope group leader Wang doesn't fire us. Look at this, and you said there was nothing going on between the two of you. Wang Chao got up from the chair and arrived before Su-ro-ro. He pointed at her and said, "You're now beyond salvation, and you're even defending that brat Qin Feng. Alright, I don't have time to talk to you about nonsense. The end of the month is coming, and every end of the month the sales department has a performance review. I have the power to terminate the person at the bottom of the list. You do what you need to. Also, if I see you and Qin Feng whisper sweet nothings to one another in the office, I'll immediately report it to upper management and you two will have to fucking leave." After getting ruthlessly scolded by Wang Chao, Su-ro-ro walked out of the office and her mood dropped to the depths of the valley. She felt that she was hardworking enough, and she and Qin Feng were just friends. Though Qin Feng always took advantage of her, at least she never thought about liking or loving him. She never thought about wanting to date. She had just come into society and almost couldn't feed herself. Plus, there were also some family matters pressing down on her. She didn't know what to do anymore. Su-ro-ro sat in front of her own work desk and stared at the empty desk across from her in a daze. She felt wronged, very wronged. Qin Feng slept extremely well because he lay on the balcony under a parasol and slept in the nude. A light breeze caressed his body like the jade hand of a lover. He leaned drowsily on the chair, and found that once he slept, day became night. He was in the midst of recollecting the lovely feeling of sleep when a phone call shattered his delight. Fuck, who is it? It was an unfamiliar number, and Qin Feng was really angry. Young Master Qin, I'm Longhair. You haven't forgotten us three brothers, have you? Once the call connected, a fawning voice passed through the phone. Qin Feng quickly remembered Longhair and his other two brothers. The first time he saw them was in the Northern District Sub-Bureau prison. Afterwards, Qin Feng bailed them out of jail and they helped him take care of Liang Jinwei's corpse. After that, when Qin Feng and Su-ro-ro went to the Vodia department store to collect a debt from Chairman Su called over the three brothers. At the time, Qin Feng had given them a task. He gave them 30,000 yuan to take one of the Wild Wolf Gang's territories within a week, and use that territory as a foundation to take over the entire Wild Wolf Gang in the Northwestern District. She clenched her small pink fists and said coldly, "Don't be fucking delusional and fuck off. Your elder likes the ones with strong personalities like you. If you don't want to take the initiative, then your elder will use force today." The tiger-tattooed man was already angry. He extended his arm to slap the young beauty. But his slap didn't make an impact, and a crisp slap resounded off his face. This young beauty wasn't only savage when cursing at people, she was just as quick, accurate, and ruthless at hitting people. She didn't wait for the tiger-tattooed man to come to his senses and send over a second slap. Slap. Though her lily-white hand was slender and fragrant, the slap still hurt quite a lot. The tiger-tattooed man immediately gave a strange cry and came back to his senses. Fuck, all of you attack her, tear off all of this bai's clothes, throw her onto the dance floor, and let all the men feel her up. These 5 men were angry, but the young beauty was angrier. She took the broken beer bottle from the tiger-tattooed man's hand and stabbed it into his stomach without hesitation. Fresh blood instantly flowed out and formed a pool. In order to show off, this dunce didn't wear a top. Now, he was taught a bloody lesson. "Ah! Be-bye! How dare you stab your elder? Hurry, attack, kill her. I can't do it anymore, I'm about to die." That tiger-tattooed man was so frightened to death by the stab. He covered his stomach and squatted motionlessly on the ground. The remaining 4 brothers immediately rushed over. One of the hoodlums kicked the young beauty's stomach. She was a thin and weak girl, so she directly fell off the platform and landed at Qin Feng's feet. The 4 men quickly caught up to her. The young beauty hid behind Qin Feng and looked at the 4 people in alarm. When the 4 moved, the young beauty moved as well. When the 4 circled Qin Feng, so did she. It felt like a game of eagle-cawing little chicks. Qin Feng really wanted to ask them if they ever asked him how he felt. "Fuck, get out of the way you brat, move to the side." One of them yelled angrily. After chasing the young beauty for half a day, these people vented their anger on Qin Feng. One of them threw a punch at Qin Feng's face. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Qin Feng stood there casually and upright like before. Meanwhile, the man who wanted to hit Qin Feng already flew away and lay beside the tiger-tattooed man. He was in so much pain that he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. The remaining 3 that were about to rush forward stopped abruptly and looked at Qin Feng with terror. They looked as though they had seen a strange monster. They were not even a meter away from Qin Feng, yet even at this close of a distance, they didn't see how Qin Feng made his move. He was as fast as lightning and his moves were very simple. A fist went out and came back in less than a second and knocked over a grown man. "Why you brat, don't fucking cause trouble, we're all just getting along in society. Why you hurry and fuck off." The 3 stared blankly for a while, but they pretended to be calm and glared at Qin Feng in a lofty manner. "I'm not meddling, I'm just standing here. I haven't even moved," Qin Feng said with a wronged expression. The 3 looked at one another, and their expressions turned cold. They brandished their fists and pounded at Qin Feng again. They believed that Qin Feng hadn't moved because they really hadn't seen him move. It was no longer important how that brat Apao was sent flying. "Brat, I'll let you fucking stand there as a hindrance. You're elder." Bang! Another person hooted at Qin Feng. He hadn't finished speaking and was directly sent flying. He landed between the tiger-tattooed man and Apao. This time, even if the remaining 2 people were stupider, they'd understand that Qin Feng hit these people. I've formed the One group and I'm currently recruiting talent. I sincerely invite you to join, we'll work hard to take Acropolis together. Qin Feng, are you willing to join us? Lu Wenjing licked her bright red lips and gave Qin Feng coquettish glances. "Are you a woman? I mean, have you done it with someone before?" Qin Feng took the beer glass and played with it as he spoke. Lu Wenjing's face immediately darkened. During this vital time, Qin Feng changed the topic once again. Lu Wenjing felt as though her pants were removed because he suddenly said this. "I haven't," Lu Wenjing said with a bit of anger. "Then you aren't considered a woman, and you don't have a woman's intuition. So your intuition is inaccurate." Qin Feng took a sip of black beer and said nonchalantly, "I've never gotten along in the streets." Lu Wenjing increasingly had the feeling that Qin Feng was hard to deal with, but this further emphasized that he was an expert with ability. People with these kinds of abilities typically had a bit of a temper and personality. These were the people Lu Wenjing had to spend even more effort to obtain. "Then I can be your woman. That way I'll have a woman's intuition." Lu Wenjing bent over her body some more, revealing more of the beautiful scenery of her chest. Qin Feng abruptly put down his glass on the table and looked at Lu Wenjing earnestly. He asked, "When?" Lu Wenjing couldn't really follow Qin Feng's train of thought, and she thought about it for a long time before understanding his meaning. She looked tenderly at Qin Feng and said, "If you help me take over Acropolis City's underworld, my body will be yours and free for you to enjoy." Ha! Qin Feng laughed lightly and said, "You're crazy." After speaking, he was about to stand up and leave when he heard an announcement from the system resound in his head. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Help Lu Wenjing expand the One Group and become the #1 power in Acropolis City's underground. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 3,000 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will lose 3 years of his life. Qin Feng sat down again and looked angrily at Lu Wenjing. He said with a laugh, "Miss Wen, I'm very interested in your suggestion. Can we talk about it in detail for a bit?" Lu Wenjing looked stupidly at Qin Feng and suddenly wondered if she found a lunatic. She was quiet for a moment, then opened her mouth to speak. Our One Group currently has around 10 core members. They are powerful and have extraordinary abilities. I believe that if you join, our One Group will be like a tiger that gained wings and get to the next level. We just need to work hard together and we will be able to quickly take over Acropolis City's underworld. Miss Wen, if the One Group has around 10 core members, then how many are there including those in the outer portion of the group? The system suddenly gave out a quest, so Qin Feng couldn't help but pay attention to the One Group. Lu Wenjing laughed awkwardly. There are a total of 13 people. Including you, we'll have 14 people. 14. You also think there are a lot of people, don't you? Qin Feng's mouth tweed. It seems that all of your members are core members. Lu Wenjing was a bit embarrassed. She smiled charmingly. Ha ha ha, Qin Feng, don't just pay attention to the fact that we currently have very few members. If we really developed, then we'd be high-ranked elders. And in the future, we'll be able to walk sideways through the entire Acropolis. Chapter 181. Chapter 181, Phone Group. Are you kidding me? Qin Feng wasn't only able to walk sideways in Acropolis City, he could walk however he wanted to. He shook his head and said, "No, your group is still too weak." Qin Feng wanted to talk to Lu Wenjing about how to expand the One Group, and Lu Wenjing misunderstood him. She thought he was rejecting her again and said quickly, "Qin Feng, if you're willing to join the One Group, I can be your girlfriend right now." Qin Feng suddenly became serious, and said extremely earnestly, "Didn't I already agree to join the One Group? I just want to talk about the next steps and the tactics for expansion." Lu Wenjing was briefly shocked, then suddenly smiled charmingly. Right, you did agree. Then I'll tell you about our most recent plans. Our current abilities are comparatively lacking, so we need to take action on the little powers that sprung up most recently, defeat them, and take their power. Once she began talking about the One Group, Lu Wenjing became earnest. I've done some research recently, and in these past couple of days, there's a newly arisen power called the Phone Group. I believe that since they have just arisen, they don't have that many people. We're preparing to make a move on this group in the next couple of days. Qin Feng, during that time, you'll certainly come help us, right? Then Lu Wenjing added, if we take down the Phone Group that day, we'll go celebrate at night. After we're done with our celebratory drinks, you can take me anywhere to do anything. Of course. Qin Feng said firmly, as a member of the One Group, this fight has to be loud and clear, so of course I'll participate. Lu Wenjing took the initiative to sit beside Qin Feng at once and naturally hugged his arm. She said, Dearest, then leave me some way to contact you. When we set off, I'll call you. Qin Feng told her his cell phone number and Lu Wenjing immediately saved it under Dearest before putting her phone back away. She had a self-satisfied smile and gave Qin Feng a peck on the face as light as a dragonfly touching the water. Dearest, that was my first kiss. I'll go back and tell everyone about you joining the Wen group to make them happy. After kissing Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing ran away with her face slightly flushed. Qin Feng touched the spot that she kissed and shook his head. He pulled out his phone and called Longhair. Not a minute after hanging up, Longhair appeared by the dance floor of the bar and looked around for someone. Qin Feng took the initiative to walk over. He patted Longhair from behind, and Longhair shouted loudly with excitement when he turned to see Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, you finally had time to come over. What do you think? Are you satisfied with what we three brothers have accomplished? Not bad, keep up the good work, Qin Feng said with a nod. Don't worry young Master Qin, we'll continue to work hard. After getting complimented by Qin Feng, Longhair was even more excited. Young Master Qin, come with me, we'll go talk inside. Longhair brought Qin Feng past a good number of tables. Then, they arrived to the innermost private rooms of the bar and passed through another collection of private rooms. Lastly, they arrived at a secluded little pathway. After getting to the end of the path, he opened a set of imposing red double doors. Inside was a large room that was 100 square meters. The doorway of the room had a red carpet extending tens of meters, and there was a row of youths standing on both sides of it. Each of them had their heads raised, chests puffed and in high spirits. They were as serious as one would be when receiving a senior official. Wherever Qin Feng went, the two sides would resound with, Young Master Qin is mighty, the Feng group is mighty. Young Master Qin is mighty, the Feng group is mighty. Young Master Qin is mighty, the Feng group is mighty. Qin Feng walked to the end of the red carpet. It wasn't until then that the bold cheering stopped. However, the sound still echoed through the room. At this time, the baldy and man with the wolf tattoo welcomed Qin Feng with smiles. Taking into account the long-haired man behind Qin Feng, the three brothers were now all present. Young Master Qin, are you satisfied? Longhair asked with a happy smile. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows slightly and said, That's right, what's our newly formed group called? I wasn't really paying attention at first. Young Master Qin, it's called the Feng group. The man with the wolf tattoo said with a smile, It's your name, Young Master Qin. It's the word Feng from the phrase, Feng Yi. And that's how we got the Feng group. This name isn't bad, I like it. Qin Feng smiled and found that these three brothers were quite dependable. But, his smile became stiff halfway. He grabbed the man with the wolf tattoo by the collar and shouted, What is this group called? Feng group. Are you kidding me? Qin Feng suddenly thought about Lu Wenjing. The first new power she wanted to deal with was the Feng group. The name Feng group was decided on after a lot of deliberation. It was simple, tyrannical, and didn't lose any elegance. The most important part was that it was also created based on young Master Qin's name. The three thought this name was pretty good, so they were so shocked that they trembled from head to toe now that Qin Feng had randomly become angry. The man with the wolf tattoo whose collar Qin Feng held was even more afraid. He said, Young Master Qin. If you don't like the name, I'll change it immediately. You choose one yourself, choose whatever you like. Qin Feng had only become agitated because he had just thought of the matter regarding Lu Wenjing and the Feng group. Now that his emotions were stabilized, he let go of the wolf-tattooed man's collar, patted his shoulder, and said, It's fine, the name is quite good, I was just too moved. The three brothers sighed with relief after hearing Qin Feng's words. This young Master Qin was indeed someone of importance in the upper society. Even his way of expressing excitement was different from everyone else. Qin Feng looked around once. This room that was over 100 square meters was a large office, and was considered the Fei Tian Bar's boss's resting room. At the same time, it could be a small base. This was temporarily the Feng Group's base in the northern district of Acropolis. The room went through a lot of renovation. It was clear that the dazzling decorations had a lot of class. Qin Feng walked up to the largest work desk and sat in the owner's seat. He spun a bit, looked out the window to see the night view of the Northern District's pedestrian walkway, and felt a little bit affected. Young Master Qin, these office desks were prepared for you. Our phone group officially started today, and you're our #1 big brother. We believe that under your leadership, our phone group will rise to the heavens like the bar's name, Fei Tian Bar. We took this bar because of its name. Longhair told Qin Feng smilingly. Qin Feng nodded. He was thinking more about helping Lu Wenjing expand her power and completing the quest. He was quiet for a while, then said to Longhair, "How many people are in our phone group?" Young Master Qin, Baldy, Wolf Tattoo, and I used to be in the Wild Wolf Gang and we didn't have low positions. There were a large group of decent brothers under us, and when they heard that we 3 brothers were forming a new group, and that there was a mysterious boss backing us, a good amount of brothers fled to us. There are currently 33 core members of the phone group. Including the members in the outer circle, there are over 80 people. Currently, we 3 brothers are focusing on the pedestrian walkway in the Northern District. In these couple of days, we've already scattered a whole section of Wild Wolf Gang strongholds, so it's our phone group's territory, Longhair told it like it was. Qin Feng hadn't paid attention to what the 3 brothers were doing for a period of time, so if Longhair didn't take the initiative to call him, he would have forgotten about it. Who knew that after less than half a month the 3 brothers would build up a considerable force and even have their own territory? It was evident that these 3 were remarkably capable. When he thought about Lu Wenjing, his face became serious and deliberated about the first fight against the phone group. The Wen group only had 13 people, so if there really was a fight, they wouldn't even know how they died. Though Qin Feng had only seen Lu Wenjing once, he found this girl with the strange personality quite interesting. Good thing she met him today. Otherwise, she would have been beaten into a pig head. Young Master Qin, what should we do next? After explaining the phone group's most recent situation, Longhair looked at Qin Feng and inquired. The phone group has just arisen, so a good number of older powers are weighing us. Plus, Acropolis City's powers are in great turmoil, so a lot of them are dividing their territories. Currently, stabilizing our current power is the most important. Then, we can quickly enlist soldiers and buy horses to build up our power. Let's not be anxious to take territories right now. Go get some dependable people and stabilize the Northern District's pedestrian walkway. We'll wait to act after accumulating more power. Qin Feng originally didn't have much interest in developing power in the underground, but the system was jealous of his talents and forced him underground, so Qin Feng could only pay attention to this matter. As for the problem of money, if you need more, just ask me anytime for some. Qin Feng talked to the 3 brothers at the Fei Tian Bar in detail about the next steps. Then, he returned home to the Qin Manor. Qin Huang and the 2 beauties finished eating and returned to their respective rooms. Qin Feng thought about his plan to intensify Su Ruoro's training and walked into her room with a smile. The room door opened. Su Ruoro wore pink pajamas with cartoons on them and leaned on the headboard of the bed. She held a stack of charts, furrowed her eyebrows, and bit on her pen cap. From time to time, she scribbled something on the chart. She was earnest and focused, so she didn't even know when Qin Feng came through the door. Qin Feng smiled, tiptoed, and arrived beside Su Ruoro's bed. He suddenly shouted and pounced at her, pressing Su Roro beneath his body and onto the bed. "Ha, your elder came to a mansion today to steal some money and was able to meet such a beauty. Your elder will do you to death tonight." Qin Feng's intensified training had already begun. This time, he was acting as a rapist. Su Roro was almost scared to death when Qin Feng suddenly leapt on the bed. She fought wildly. Then, she realized it was Qin Feng, and her heart that had previously jumped to her throat slowly went back to its place. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Su Roro glared at Qin Feng and complained. "Little Bai, don't yell. If you yell for someone, I'll cut up your face." Qin Feng held Su Roro's hands and pressed down on her thighs to prevent her from moving. He yelled while glaring fiercely at her. Chapter 182. Chapter 182, If you're pretty, you can cut in line. Su Roro knew that Qin Feng was training her, but she was just reprimanded at work and Wang Chao had given her a lot of work, so she was about to be anxious to death. She was in no mood to play these kinds of games with Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, let go of me, you're hurting my hands." Qin Feng didn't know what happened at work. He took liberties with Su Roro while trying to change her weak personality and complete the quest, so he naturally wasn't going to let go. "Shut up, not only does your elder want your arms to hurt, I also want to make your whole body hurt. If you dare resist or yell for someone, I'll kill you." Qin Feng suddenly and wildly kissed Su Roro's pretty face, then kissed down to her neck, collar, then her chest. Though there was a layer of pajama in between, the softness and bounciness was still very evident when it touched Qin Feng's mouth. Su Roro was so afraid that she began to cry. She was scolded by Wang Chao and bullied by Qin Feng, so she didn't feel an inclination to struggle. She lay on the bed without energy and wailed in despair. "Wah!" Qin Feng kissed more vigorously and almost forgot his original intentions for doing this. If Su Roro's crying didn't interrupt his movements, he would have turned this act into reality. "Roro, what's wrong?" Qin Feng immediately released Su Roro's small, soft, and tender arms. The places he previously held were red. He hugged her with a bit of a heartache and wiped her tears. "Don't cry, I'm giving you intensified training like I told you this morning at work. Did you forget?" Su Roro fiercely punched Qin Feng a couple of times to vent and express how wrong she felt. Then, she threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace and cried loudly. She cried for a full 5 minutes. After crying, Su Roro's emotions stabilized and she pulled herself from Qin Feng's embrace. She tilted her head a bit shyly and said, "Qin Feng, go back, I need to work." "Roro, did someone bully you again?" Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He knew Su Roro was very strong. He was sure she didn't cry because of his prior actions of forcing her. Su Roro's heart clenched slightly. She really wanted to tell Qin Feng about Wang Chao bullying her. She really hated that disgusting little person Wang Chao, but after hesitating for a long while, Su Roro still gritted her teeth and shook her head. "Qin Feng, I'm fine. Go back." When she thought about how Wang Chao was also keeping an eye on Qin Feng, she felt helpless. Su Roro didn't want to cause trouble for him again. She understood Qin Feng's personality. If she told him, the next day Qin Feng would go to the office to viciously beat up Wang Chao, and he would definitely be fired from the company. In Su Roro's eyes, she and Qin Feng were pitiful people. Though they lived in the Qin Maor and worked at Royal Group, they were just a little attendant and housekeeper. Their connections were not as good as people thought they were. Then rest early, don't work overtime, and have a good sleep. Qin Feng got off the bed and walked towards the door. When he got to the door, Su Ruoro's weak voice drifted over choppily. Qin Feng, I in the future, don't make moves on me at work. Do your job. I'm a recent college graduate and I have to work hard and make money. Don't bother me at work anymore. When Su Ruoro said this, she turned her head and didn't dare to look at Qin Feng. A teardrop gathered at the corner of her eye. She knew that these words would definitely make Qin Feng mad. However, she had no choice. If Wang Chao saw that Qin Feng was too close to her, both she and Qin Feng would be fired. She felt that Qin Feng was a good person, and didn't want to harm him. Su Ruoro, do you mean that? Qin Feng suddenly turned and looked coldly at Su Ruoro. This time, he was really serious. Su Ruoro nodded and said quietly, "We aren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. I actually hate you. Every time you touch my thighs and pinch my face, I feel disgusted. Qin Feng, don't force me anymore. If you continue to touch me at work, I'll move out of the Qin Manor and leave Royal Group." Qin Feng said nothing, and his eyes were completely red. He fiercely shut the door to Su Ruoro's room and returned to his room. After taking a shower, Qin Feng still hadn't calmed down. He treated Su Ruoro like family the whole time. He liked this delicate and obedient good girl, and his sole pleasure at work was having Su Ruoro with him. He thought Su Ruoro was a bit similar to Lin Bei. He even decided that after Lin Bei woke up, he was going to bring Lin Bei to the Qin Manor to be friends with Su Ruoro. He thought these two beautiful sisters would be very happy living together. He really didn't think Su Ruoro would say those kinds of words. He originally thought he was training Su Ruoro for her own good. He thought Su Ruoro internally accepted these changes that were good for her. Qin Feng thought he was really funny. He never forced himself on any woman. This time, he seemed to have shattered his principles for some unknown reason. Ding! A QQ notification rang from Qin Feng's phone and he snapped out of his daze. He picked up his phone and saw the QQ number that added him twice previously. He was about to directly blacklist this person, but he saw their friend request message. "Young Master Qin, can you add me?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned. In the end, he didn't block this person. Though everyone knew his name in Acropolis, the number of people that knew his personal information like his cell phone number and his QQ could be counted on one hand. "Who are you?" After adding this person as a friend, Qin Feng asked them straightforwardly. At this moment, in a studio apartment in Acropolis, Li Yuchen had just finished showering and wore a light purple silk nightgown. She lay comfortably on the bed and dried her wet hair while experimentally sending a friend request to young Master Qin. Her phone suddenly rang. Li Yuchen saw that the other person accepted her friend request. She was so excited that she stopped blow-drying her hair. She immediately picked up her phone to reply. "Young Master Qin, I'm your admirer." When Qin Feng saw this message, he furrowed his eyebrows and quickly replied, "I have too many admirers, the line goes all the way to the southern heavenly gates. All of the superiors in the company are pursuing me, get in line at your own convenience." After sending the message, fantasies of Li Yuchen's beautiful legs floated through his mind. However, he was bullshitting for a bit at first, his superiors at work weren't interested in him at all. "Young Master Qin, I'm a beauty and I also have a pair of beautiful legs, can I cut in line?" Li Yuchen hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and sending this ambiguous message. "Which admirer of mine isn't a beauty? If there's no picture, it's not true." Very quickly, a picture was sent. Qin Feng jumped in shock. He was originally playing around with the other person and thought that he'd scare them away after mentioning a revealing picture. Who knew they'd really send over a picture? And it was a picture of exquisite legs. There was warm lighting, a fashionable and simple room, a large bed, and a beauty with a lovely body laying on the bed. The beauty wore a purple silk nightgown. She purposely pulled down the front a bit to show her chest, and lifted her skirt a bit. The picture was also taken from below, making the beautiful, soft, fair, slender, and long legs even longer. Qin Feng's eyes were glued to the screen of his cell phone. These beautiful legs are really familiar. After admiring the beautiful legs, he muttered to himself. He quickly compiled and sent a message. No, who knows if you downloaded that off the internet. How about this? Hold a book with a red cover, sit on the bed, and take another picture. Remember, this time, you need to reveal your face. If you also look beautiful, I'll consider letting you cut in line. After seeing Qin Feng's message, Li Yuqin felt unsettled. She knew that her opportunity had come, but if she didn't take it, she would completely ruin her mother's dreams of marrying her into a rich family. At Li Yuqin's age, she didn't long for fairy tale-like love stories anymore, and she definitely wouldn't go back and fantasize that a predestined prince on a white horse would appear before her. Her thoughts were very simple: find someone that treated her decently and was considerably dependable to marry, have kids with, and spend the rest of her life with. Thus, Li Yuqin didn't really care much about who she married. If young Master Qin could take a liking to her and give her the opportunity to join high society, she didn't really care. But, if she could make her mother happy and reassured, Li Yuqin would do her best to try and pursue it. She stood in front of the window and looked at the night view in a daze for a good while. She gritted her teeth. Since she had a chance, she was determined to give her all. If young Master Qin really didn't take a liking to her, then she could give up and go on with her days smoothly and stably. All in all, it was enough to try one's best. She shut the curtains, turned off the overhead light, and turned on the dim, warm yellow lamp by the bed. Then, she removed the shoulder strap of her purple nightgown and revealed her fragrant shoulders that were as pure and fair as jade. She grabbed her nightgown and tugged gently at it, exposing her entire seductive body. She freely inhaled the fragrant air around her. Li Yuqin made a couple of poses, but the pictures gave her a fright. In the end, after flipping through them over and over again, she chose a full-body shot where she used her arms to cover her chest. She clenched her teeth and sent it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waited so long that he was about to sleep. He was already certain that the other person was a fraudster and wanted to angrily blacklist Li Yuqin when a new message suddenly came through. Qin Feng had just opened the picture, and he threw his phone in shock. He immediately crawled off the bed, picked up his phone, and examined it closely. It was still that room, the overhead light was off, and an even warmer dusk yellow lamp was on. There was the same woman and the same lovely legs. She held a book with a red cover as Qin Feng mentioned. This time, the beauty wasn't wearing clothes. Chapter 183. Chapter 183, Golden Assassin Crew. The beauty leaned languidly on a pillow with a seductive pose. There was not a thread on her body, but the vital parts of her chest were covered by her arm that was holding the book. Her legs were crossed, so nothing could be seen, yet it was even more alluring. This time, the beauty's beautiful long legs were shown completely. The attractive, smooth and flat belly had no excess fat and her full small waist was extremely enchanting. One could be sure that this photo was actually taken by a real person, but it was even more enchanting than the photos of beauties that could be downloaded from the internet. The main point was that this kind of captivating picture had both beautiful legs and a beautiful chest. However, Qin Feng's gaze was glued to the woman's charming face and ignored her other enchanting parts. The woman's beauty wasn't a point of importance, the main point was that Qin Feng knew this woman. It was his superior Li Yuqin who he had just been fantasizing about. Qin Feng was fairly interested in Li Yuqin. She was an intellectual and beautiful woman. She looked extremely good in professional clothing, and would typically wear ornamental black-rimmed glasses. She was an absolutely enticing white-collar worker. In the past, when Qin Feng wasn't working, he wasn't interested in white-collar workers. Now that he was working and starting as a sales representative, he was extremely interested in these kinds of office romances, especially the kind involving his female superior. Every time he went to Li Yuchen's office, he wanted to push her down. However, this superior wasn't really interested in him, and didn't express any hints towards him either. He would have never thought that Li Yuchen was actually a woman that was outwardly cold but inwardly passionate. At night, she added him as a friend and sent him alluring pictures. Wait, how did she know about his identity as young Master Qin? It must have been that last time when Sun Yi and Wang Ying came to show off and buy the villa. Maybe the deputy manager of the administrative department Wang Jun was too reverent towards him and Li Yuchen found out who he was. Qin Feng muttered to himself and guessed, yes, that must be it. After confirming that the other person was Li Yuchen, Qin Feng immediately became interested. He quickly replied, not bad, you really are an exquisite beauty. You can cut in line. Why don't you send me a picture where you're not covering your chest? After sending the picture, Li Yuchen waited restlessly for the response. When she saw that young Master Qin had taken a liking to her, she was a bit excited. However, Li Yuchen was in a difficult situation when she saw his next request. After hesitating for a while, she said, young Master Qin, we just met tonight, it wouldn't be good to move so quickly. Why don't we chat a bit every night from now on to slowly get to know one another? And when the time is ripe, we can meet, eat a meal, and take the next step. Qin Feng was a bit disappointed when he saw this message, but Li Yuchen knew his identity. They would see one another frequently in the future at work, so Qin Feng couldn't be too vulgar. Okay, then rest early beauty and I'll see you tomorrow. Qin Feng meant that he would see her at work tomorrow. Li Yuchen saw the message and understood it to mean that they would chat again tomorrow night, so she replied, good night young Master Qin, see you tomorrow. Qin Feng and Li Yuchen thought about one another and slowly drifted into their dreams. In an abandoned alley in the outskirts of Acropolis, there was a hair-raising, close-quarter fight going on. It was a murderous night where the moon was dark and the winds were high. An elderly man covered in wounds ran for his life. Behind him were 4 big and large men wearing black suits and black sunglasses. The 4 didn't wear sunglasses at night to look cool, the sunglasses were multifunctional and were currently used as night vision goggles. They could see perfectly clearly in this dark night where one couldn't see their hands in front of them. There was nowhere else to run, this old man faced certain death. Who are you people? Why are you chasing and trying to kill me? The old man realized he had nowhere else to run, so he stopped. He panted and looked at the 4 people. You know who you've offended, and you found out about the grudges a long time ago. Be satisfied that you've been alive until now. The leading man in black pulled out a black handgun and aimed it at the old man. The old man fell limp onto the ground like a deflated ball. He wasn't anyone else, he was the Hao family elder who had started the war against the Qin family, Hao Long Tian. Hao Long Tian guessed long ago that these people were sent by the Qin family. It was as the men in black said, the core members of the Hao family had long been eliminated by the Qin family, and Hao Long Tian should be satisfied that he lived until now. He underestimated Qin Feng's abilities and the Qin family's power. He originally thought that even if he couldn't win this fight and if they fought a life and death struggle with the Qin family, he could at least pull them into a bad situation. However, Hao Long Tian didn't even touch a hair on Qin Feng and Qin Huang's bodies and the Hao family was already about to be completely annihilated. Bang! There was the sound of gunshots. Hao Long Tian covered his eyes and was prepared to say farewell to his not very satisfactory life. Bang bang bang. Then there were another 3 gunshots. How Long Tian was immediately roused. He realized that the gunshots weren't fired at him, and he didn't feel the sharp pain of gunshots. The scene before his eyes made How Long Tian wide-eyed and slack-jawed. The impossibly large Qin Manor security guards that were standing there all fell into pools of blood. How Long Tian didn't even hear the cries around him, he only heard 4 gunshots, and the 4 people all died. This clearly showed the accuracy of the hidden killer's aim. They died with one fatal attack, and didn't even have an opportunity to fight back. Who is it? Who's hiding in the shadows? Come out. Hurry and come out. How Tianlong's voice trembled as he yelled out. He couldn't be sure whether the other person was a friend or foe. Currently, he was in fear of being killed at any time. How Long Tian, correct. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze blew past How Long Tian, and someone suddenly appeared. This person was dressed completely in black, and he wore a black mask so one couldn't see what he looked like. He was like a shadowless spirit in the night that left no traces of itself, so he almost scared How Tianlong's heart out. What kind of person are you? What do you want to do? In the face of the man in black, How Long Tian had an even more frightened expression. You don't need to know my identity, and more so, you don't need to be afraid I'll harm you. The man's voice was deep. He spoke nonchalantly, conversely, I'm here to help you. Help you take revenge and eliminate Qin Feng. Once he brought up Qin Feng, the fear in How Tianlong's face immediately turned into ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir, if you'd help me kill Qin Feng, then I'll do anything. I won't help you kill him personally. The man in black's voice was dull from start to finish, it didn't carry a sliver of emotion, but I can provide you a way to kill Qin Feng. While speaking, the man in black tossed a golden business card on the ground. There was gold lettering EED into the card in large letters, Golden Assassin Crew. The golden words flashed, and it was even more apparent in the night. This is the #1 assassin group in the country. They only accept gold as compensation and they've never failed an assignment. You know what to do.